Hello everybody and welcome to day 2 of Low Ink February 2022. My name is Falco Flyer and I'm joined here with Devi. Devi, how are you doing today?
So far it's all right. Day's still pretty new for me, but it's going well. I mean, look, we've got 2 teams that I was hoping to get to cast at the start of this alpha bracket, and here they are, Outcast Ninjas and Aquatic Vanguard. I am hyped. I don't know about you guys, chat, but I am so happy I get to cast these 2 teams and see them head to head. Even better. I couldn't ask for more.
And I can vouch for Devi. Devi was explaining before we went live, you know, they were like, I really hope we get to see Aquatic Vanguard. And here we are starting off in our first match of the top cut. So we have 16 teams today that will be competing in our top cut, and again, our first set is going to be Outcast Ninjas versus Aquatic Vanguard. I'm as excited as you are, and it looks like we're going to be starting off on Starfish main stage Splat zones.
These 2 teams were actually scrimming beforehand, and I caught a little bit of OBT's stream, and they actually scrimmed on this stage here, and AV did take the win here. So I kind of, they do got a pretty decent painting comp. I don't really remember what Outcast Ninjas has, but I'm looking forward to see how they're going to control center against Aquatic Vanguard.
Yeah, me too, and it looks like these teams are ready, so let's bring you the first match of Day 2, Low Ink February 2022, Outcast Ninjas versus Aquatic Vanguard.
We see some pretty decent comps here, and of course the E-leader from Twig coming out with OBT's Flingza, and then we see what you would normally see on a Splat Zones comp. You got the splash, the K shot, the 52, the junior, all aggressive, and we see Mario here going for an early flank. This is something that someone usually always do, and it was seen. It looks like they traded on the side there, and Twig getting a pick. So Aquatic Vanguard with the initial man advantage. And they do have zone, just keeping the other members of Outcast Ninjas back. Ike with a nice pick here. And still having some pretty good control.
Yeah, Aquatic Vanguard now pushing forward, able to get that early lead, early player advantage as well. And, you know, looking at their comp too, having a K-Gal and an E-leader, just both powerful weapons, and a very painty set for Outcast Ninjas, but Outcast Ninjas having trouble breaking through the zone. They are going to throw a Booyah Bomb, and they are now going to cap for the first time, giving 39 penalty points to Aquatic Vanguard.
Outcast Ninjas did a really nice job there at countering the Booyah Bomb, because Ike threw theirs over to the side, and then the Booyah was countered, and it was able to allow Outcast Ninjas to come back. However, it didn't take long, because Aquatic Vanguard's got solid control of this zone, and OBT coming in for the side flank. They see the person who missiled, didn't quite get the pick on them, but it is only 2 left, and then did finally get the pick on them. 2 left, and they've got dominant control again. Aquatic Vanguard having a lot of space pressure. They're getting off angles, and they're pushing in really well here against Outcast Ninjas. Armor is popped, so it looks like Outcast Ninjas is trying to see if they can come back in. You can see them all moving in together really nicely here. They do have the Booyah Bomb and the Bomb Rush that they're using together, but it looks like the Bomb Rush and the end of the Booyah Bomb was just deleted along with one other member, and that's a wipe.
Yeah, it was really crucial for Aquatic Vanguard. They were able to counter the specials with their own specials, especially taking down the Booyah Bomb with the help of the missiles. This is going to be huge because there's only 10 seconds remaining for Aquatic Vanguard. Can Outcast Ninjas break through at this last second? And they cannot. Aquatic Vanguard is going to be taking game 1.
That wipe at the very end basically secured their KO. They had people in the right place for lockout if they dropped. The E leader was pushed up. That's a lot of zoning pressure. They had a lot of range against Outcast Ninjas, and I think that did really help them with securing the zone.
Yeah.
And especially AV was looking for those flanks as well, because we saw the splash at the beginning, trying to get a few of those flanks, but they were caught out. It was really good at watching those sides, and they just held zone really well, even against Outcast Ninjas' counter pushes.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Aquatic Vanguard, I believe 3 of their 4 weapons were longer ranges than the longest range of Outcast Ninjas. Mm-hmm. But we are going to be moving on to our counter pick, which is going to be Mako Mart Rainmaker. And will we see a different comp from Outcast Ninjas? We'll see.
We might see a different one from Aquatic Vanguard. They might change out the leader to something else, or they might end up going aggressive. But yeah, I have a feeling Outcast Ninjas is going to be relatively similar. They might bring out a Tri-Slosher, because those are pretty powerful on this map.
Yeah.
But here, if Outcast Ninjas bring a similar comp that they just had, they have a lot of bomb pressure and just quickness moving in. Meanwhile, Aquatic Vanguard still has that longer range poking, but it is a bit slower in Rainmaker. However, if Outcast Ninjas does push into them one at a time, they can get picked up pretty easily.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, they just have to avoid the wipe that they had in the first game, because they were close. They were able to cap that zone pretty quickly. I mean, Aquatic Vanguard, they were able to respawn, but just having that wipe and having members of Aquatic Vanguard, especially with the range, being able to push forward, that made it really tricky for Outcast Ninjas.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they had the right idea as well. They just got caught out just over on that peak ledge, like when they swim up the wall and peek over. That caught them a few times, or in what I like to call the suicide zone, just kind of on the bottom of those ramps on Starfish, because a lot of fall off can hit there. They got caught off in that corner as well. So it's just with that range comp, it can really hit that. So it's just being patient on where they're shooting, having the pressure in the right places. I mean, they had the right idea, just unfortunately got caught out.
That's right, and these teams are now ready, so let's bring you Game 2. Can Aquatic Vanguard get their win and move on to the next round, or will Outcast Ninjas have something to say and try to get their reverse sweep?
Bluge 7, here we go, and hold on. Hold on.
The
Vanilla Hydra, guys! I'm all for this. I am all for this.
So both teams pretty quick on changing their comp for this match. Now Outcast Ninjas able to get some range with their vanilla dually squelchers. One player on Outcast Ninjas going to go down pretty quickly. Pac has a Rainmaker, and it looks like they will be taking it up this left side, but is unfortunately going to go down. So not really the push they wanted, because if you can make that jump early on, that is crucial, because nobody on the enemy team is really in a position to stop you. 2 players, 3 players down now on Outcast Ninjas, and it looks like Twig now is going to pick up the Rainmaker, taking it on the left side. Ike going to go on the other side. OBT able to get a nice flick. Twig trying to get some picks before they can move forward. Let's see how far they can go.
This is a lot of amazing pressure, like with the roller and the brush teaming up here side by side in pairs. Like it's going really well. Just OBT just painting the way with the Flingza, the Rainmaker also shooting right after a flick, so it's like a slow fired rate. But look at this, they might just get KO off of this.
Ooh. A Twig able to go around the side to get the dunk. So that is a 2 pickup Rainmaker KO. Aquatic Vanguard making quick work of that match, and they will be moving on to the next round of this top cut.
Congrats to Aquatic Vanguard. They just had solid pressure there. Just again with the range, the Twig was popping off there at the beginning too. Just in the right spaces, they had their range, able to pick off the short range as well. Because I thought the Sploosh had the power to go in, but Twig was just right there to stop everything, and they were just able to keep going. Ike wasn't far behind either to help continue the push. Then OBT came back in, and just solid team effort.
Yeah, very good team effort. I mean, if they play as dominantly as they did in this game, they can make it pretty far into Low Ink February 2022. But that was a rather quick first set of our Day 2 tournament, so we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break, and we will see you guys soon.
Armors as you would get with a spammy weapon, but you can bet those armors will be used well. We've got the fizzies as well on that kit, so that's gonna be really, really nice for making paths and clearing the area. Already, though, we've got Clownfish here taking a pretty aggressive style. This try here, getting a nice double over these ledges, getting a triple. What a way to start off that.
Slowing down this push.
AD is finding something. AD is using their Tri-Slosher, using this Discharger to find something. They end up getting that 20 push. Finally, Ray comes out and takes people down, but they still have the Rainmaker to pick up. They still picked it up. They dunked it, even though the Ray was right on his face. What?
Well, to the timer delay Eufish's potential push and make it even more difficult.
Yeah, and I mean, that's really all that Marine Melody needs to do at this point is, you know, slowly take time off the clock. They don't need to make a hero play at this point. They are 2 down, so they do need to play some defense. Oh, the Nautilus decides to take a little
forward, but the rest of the players for Lois are 13 remaining. They don't have any clamps just yet, but Link is just destroying everybody, and that's going to cause enough time for the rest of the players to give those clamps. Can they keep this basket open? They do, but then they don't. Nintendo, excuse me.
No, that's
to haunt them here. Look, only about 5 penalty points remaining, and there comes K around the right side. Are they going to be able to get the zone right back? It stalls. Nobody has been splatted just yet. It's a back and forth for the entire game. 2 players going down from Lois, 2 going down for Inkling now, and somehow, what a finish! Inkling wins game 1.
Let's do a missile, and another missile kill ends up going down. Nether's not going to be able to fend off everyone. Has to back up a little bit, and it's going to leave another Lois player to die. That's 30 seconds left on the clock, and not a lot of special points, nor a lot of man advantage on the side of Lois. But Ray used some great plays, ends up going down to the propeller ink. It's only Gigas. 20 seconds left, and Lois has a tight spot for Shiverme, and 2 go down. They can pop this. They've got the missiles, and there's 3 down on the side of Shiverme. They just need to pop the Rainmaker. This could be it for Access Denied. They need to just get past that bomb. They need to get past that little bit of ink.
They still got a long way to go, though. But can they slip around? They do! They get lead! 1 point remaining! Oh, they're losing the entire time anyway, so it's not like they got to change anything. And now they're taking the Rainmaker. They're trying to get lead. Toxic Mist coming out with the perfect time.
Jumps come in, and this hammer tries to stay alive for as long as possible. The Sploosh is trying to keep this Rainmaker from popping. They end up getting 3 down. They take the Rainmaker! I can't believe it!
In the nightmare right here and come back in overtime. Lois desperately trying to hold on. Saucy Boy has the missiles to work with, but they're running out of time. Overtime started with the basket open. Hayden going in, landing a splash down, not getting any splats. Access denied, running right through. Time runs out. Time runs out. They had it, but just didn't have enough time.
Opponent capitalize. You cannot let them cap. And Gaiga struggling here on the side here with the sponge really low here. A 4v4 situation, but oh, a nice flake there. And Gaiga's gonna find the pick, leaving a 4v3 situation in their favor. 10 pick left for lead, and Gaiga's finding another pick. Missiles coming online. This zone, another pick is finally gonna go back to Inkling. Now a 4v1.
They're gonna shove it forward at least, and that's gonna be 2 down.
Not fair. Okay, they know where Link is. Man, the Rainmaker reset and we're like, who cares? Oh, they're still going for it? Bruh!
This is the FLC school pushing the Rainmaker. You've seen
they're losing the entire time anyway, so it's not like they gotta change anything. And now they're taking the Rainmaker. They're trying to get leave. Toxic Mist coming out at the perfect time.
Jumps come in, and this hammer tries to stay alive for as long as possible. The Sploosh is trying to keep this Rainmaker from popping. They end up getting 3 down. They take the Rainmaker! I can't believe it! Here come the missiles, able to find people, scout it out, using this Rainmaker shot as cover. And brings in the rest of AD behind him. They're going for it. They're trying to take some of their own counter pick. But the hammer gets 3. The Sploosh stays alive. Kate is still up.
Oh, you can't. No, you can't. I was about to say, you can't.
Slowing down this push.
AD is finding something. AD is using their Tri-Slosher, using this Discharger to find something. They end up getting that 20 push. Finally, Ray comes out and takes people down, but they still have the Rainmaker to pick up. They still picked it up. They dunked it, even though the Ray was right on his face. What?
Well,
3 right now, though. Access Denied is under very heavy pressure.
I think the pressure is definitely getting to them, as they always have one behind them and like 2 in front. They're having a hard time.
Roomba's not having very good luck engaging Saucy Boy. Very nice.
They're trying so hard to stop this.
That's another one.
But that's gonna be KO.
That's 2 wipes. That's 2 wipes in a row. That's KO. That is a certified Rainmaker moment.
It really is.
Our set.
Let's just put a stamp on that and be like, Rainmaker stamped, filed.
Called out and go down to Kizhaz as a 4v1 situation and aggression comes out from Lois. You know, a game can end in this one push.
It can, and as soon as they round that corner, that's where damage is going to be done with a hammer escort as well. And they're not done. Gobble, gobble, gobble. It's like Pac-Man up there. That is your wipe. Goodbye.
Wow.
Game 3. Did you blink?
Another missile kill ends up going down. Nether's not going to be able to fend off everyone, has to back up a little bit, and is going to leave another lowest player to die. That's 30 seconds left on the clock, and not a lot of special points, nor a lot of man advantage on the side of lowest. But wait, use some great plays. Ends up going down to the propeller ink. It's only Gigas. 20 seconds left, and Lowest has a tight spot for Shiverme, and 2 go down. They can pop this. They've got the missiles, and there's 3 down on the side of Shiverme. They just need to pop the Rainmaker. This could be it for Access Denied. They need to just get past that bomb. They need to get past that little bit of ink.
They still got a long way to go, though. But can they slip around? They do! They get lead! 1 point remaining on the...
Right now, though, Access Denied is under very heavy pressure.
I think the pressure is definitely getting to them, as they always have 1 behind them and like 2 in front. They're having a hard time.
Roomba's not having very good luck engaging Saucy Boy. Very nice.
Opponent capitalize. You cannot let them cap. And Gaiga struggling here on the side here with the sponge. Really low here. A 4v4 situation. But oh, a nice flake there. And Gaiga's going to find the pick, leaving a 4v3 situation in their favor. 10 ticks left for lead. And Gaiga's finding another pick. Missiles coming online. This zone, another pick is finally going to go back to Inkling. Now a 4v1 situation.
My goodness, but look at Low Iron playing from behind the Rainmaker! They have all missiles on them though, so they're gonna have to back up. They can't pick up this Rainmaker, unfortunately, but here it is! They're gonna be trying to get a lot of ink on the ground, but no! It's gonna be Van Nolse that manages to pick up the Rainmaker and drop it into mid, and they're running away, and this game is over! It's Queen.
Under fire. That's 3 down on the side of Shiver. So even though this one zone is taken, it's going to get neutralized again. And those penalty points are almost gone.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, they are hanging on.
This is tight.
They are painting the zone like their life depends on it. 2 seconds.
It's 3 down. They got this.
There we go.
They got that lead.
Blocking out this bridge, just trying to stall for time as we enter overtime. Booyah coming online for Snowfall. The ball now going to the ramp, looking for an opportunity. It's Freeze and Carr. They're not going to quite find it. They go down. The barrier is over though, and they get the ball.
Oh, that's it. Wow. Wow, I didn't think they were going to pop it in time.
To the timer, delay Ewfish's potential push and make it even more difficult.
Yeah, and I mean, that's really all that Marine Melody needs to do at this point is, you know, slowly take time off the clock. They don't need to make a hero play at this point. They are 2 down, so they do need to play some defense. Oh, the Nautilus decides to take a little...
Denied in the nightmare right here and come back in overtime. Lois desperately trying to hold on. Saucy Boy has the missiles to work with, but they're running out of time. Overtime started with the basket open. Hayden going in, ready to splash down, not getting any splats. Access denied, running right through. Time runs out. Time runs out. They had it, but just didn't have enough time.
Welcome back, everybody, to Low Ink Day 2. We are now into Winners Round 2, and we have Little Timmy and the Splats versus Heaven's Infinity.
Yes, so this should be a pretty good matchup. We see members of Little Timmy and the Splats. They may have had a former name before they officially entered this Low Ink, but looking at the roster, we have two members who were on Ink Sync, and Heaven's Infinity, a very full roster there, so I'm excited to see which players will be playing.
I'm sure people can definitely see a bunch of familiar names from both rosters. I can kind of remember what a few of them play. But you never know what happens when you go into the map. And speaking of map, we're starting with Splat Zones on Sturgeon.
Yeah, so once again, starting on Splat Zones, we'll probably see maybe a different pace of what we saw before, but this one is going to be really nice for some backlines. If Jimmy brings out the charger, there's so many opportunities for them to kind of position themselves too. And for round 2, it's going to be a best of 5 rather than a best of 3, so we will be seeing more matches than we previously saw.
We have to see a good thing. There's always a interesting move when it comes to like when a team has an advantage and they're going out for a lockout. I like to call it the Great Wall of Sturgeon, because of people you can literally just put your teammates in a line and you have the entryways back into the zone literally locked out. So if I say that at some point, that's what I mean.
Yeah. No, it is interesting because that can really make it or break it for some teams, because sometimes it's easy to flank and go up the side to get some backliners, but when that bridge isn't down there, it can be really tricky to be a little more sneaky about it. So it's going to be all about positioning for this one. And what I find interesting about this stage is there's a lot of opportunity for splat bombs, because the zone kind of slopes downwards towards the end, so you can find all these hidden splat bombs, all these hidden suction bombs that just can seemingly come out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, splat bombs are really nice on this map, just in every spot, and I expect to see a junior out of the side of Little Timmy and the Splats. So we'll see if that actually does happen.
Yeah, and these teams are getting ready, so let's bring you to round 2. Again, we have Little Timmy and the Splats versus versus Heaven's Infinity. I blanked there for a second. But yeah, so we do see splat bombs on both sides. It looks like we have 2 splat bombs on the side of Heaven's Infinity and 1 on the side of Little Timmy and the Splats. 2 very painty comps. I do like the Squiffer choice, and I also like the Bamboo choice, so these are honestly kind of similar to each other.
Unfortunate start there on Little Timmy and the Splats, but good for, of course, Heaven's Infinity, as they caught out 2 members by the spinner there. It looked like Jimmy was looking for an escape rope, but just got stuck on the wall.
Yeah, it tends to happen. Yeah, Heaven's Infinity able to push forward pretty early on, and we do see the Inkjet there to staying alive. All the players are now still alive. Junior down now for Little Timmy and the Splats. Is this going to be enough for them to break through? The Booyah Bomb is going to help Heaven's Infinity recap that zone. 3-on-3 with members of Little Timmy and the Splats just trying to poke in from any angle that they can.
Saw Jimmy on the side there with the bamboo, ultimately taking a 2v1, but getting stuck out. Jimmy really needed help from another teammate over there to try to at least contest that. But it looks like they got a bomb rush trying to come up from the one side, but just taken down immediately. There's just members everywhere on Heaven's Infinity, and this is the moment where they can initiate that line and just stall out. Jimmy with the missiles ready. It looks like they're being a little more patient this time, waiting for the members to get into a position where they can maybe come back in and do a counter. We see armor was popped. Oh, nice shot by the Squiffer. 2 picks by that Squiff. Nice angles.
Yeah. Really good picks there. Now they are making work on this Little Timmy and the Splats team, able to push forward. They got all the way down to 23. Little Timmy and the Splats were able to cap for just a second with 1 player alive, so that really messed up Heaven's Infinity for a little bit. Now we are getting ready for them to continue their push, dwindling more at their points remaining. 2 specials ready on the side of Little Timmy and the Splats. Can they recap the zone? 2 players down. It's going to be tricky. Jimmy going to be pushing forward. We see some suction bombs ready. Will this be enough?
They did cap it.
It is.
Very nice cap with just members going down. Like their junior ended up going down first there, and which made it a little risky. But the splat bombs were in the right spot. Now they're working together. They did get a few picks here. Now let's see how well they can hold now that they have position to be in lockout.
Yeah, this is going to be the first attempt for Little Timmy and the Splats to really push forward and try and lock out some of these Heaven's Infinity players. 3 specials ready now for Little Timmy and the Splats. It's going to be huge. We do see a Suction Rush coming on this right side. Will it be enough for them to push in and cap this zone? It's going to be so close with the help of the Inkjet. Will it happen? No, not quite yet. 1 player down now on Heaven's Infinity. Little Timmy and the Splats still making really good work. Can they get past 30 remaining? It looks like they do. Can they keep this pressure up? But a nice pick there by Pincher. Will this be enough to cap?
Oh my goodness.
3 players down. It should be. Yes, it is.
The pro just going on there, finishing up whoever was in their way. Bamboo just slightly missing the second shot there because it was a very close 1v1. But the pro ended up getting their shots on first and just cleaning up and able to go in and help cap the zone. But very nice push there by Little Timmy and the Splats. Got it all the way back down to 21. So they do have the potential to come back in and take lead with 1:30 left. There is still a chance. However, they have to, which they did. They did cap it there. I was like, points are about to go down on this mark. But, they did manage to cap it. So there's the opportunity. Making the last couple of members of Heaven's Infinity jump out. The Bamboo and the Squiff are going one-on-one there, and the Bamboo coming out victorious.
This is the biggest lockout that Little Timmy and the Splats have had so far. They're doing a really good job just keeping these Heaven's Infinity players locked out up top. Now, will this be enough for them to get rid of their penalty points? Still, they have the player advantage there, and they're sitting really well. 2 players on the right side, 1 player on the left side, but 1 player from Little Timmy and the Splats goes down. We do see the Inkjet now going towards the zone. Will it be enough? As Elite now is going to go forward. Pincher's going to throw it to...
It's lead!
Ooh, that is the lead for Little Timmy.
And they got KO!
Is the KO. Little Timmy and the Splats make the wonderful comeback to win the first game.
Yeah, no, when I was saying the first time, like, there's still 1:30, they still have some time, they're coming back in, and then I looked, it's just like, okay, points are getting a little close now, but they had zone just before the penalty was broken, and then they got it back and held it back there. They got the Bamboo up in a high point, adding a lot of pressure. Heaven's Infinity had some pretty good special combos there, but Little Timmy and the Splats, they kept their painters alive in the final push, and that helped them keep the zone secured so they could paint through the Booyah and whatever was being thrown at them. They had, I think, the Inkjet. I think there was a Booyah bomb on a corner, if I remember correctly, off of Heaven's Infinity to try to do something there. But Booyah bomb, it can stall out the bombs, but it doesn't fully cap on this one unless if you have the sides painted. So it didn't quite come in clutch for them this time.
That's right, and Little Timmy and the Splats, they had 10 missiles in that match, so that really helped them towards the end. Just because the great thing about missiles is when you are locking somebody out, you have to displace them with their missiles, put them in an uncomfortable position, and then you can get that pick. So that was really crucial when they had the lead and were working towards the lead. Those missiles as well. If they can catch the members of, like, when they catch the members Heaven's Infinity on the zone with missiles, that also helps them as well. But usually most teams remember, like, okay, let's just back off zone so the missiles land here and then go back on. But it's enough of a displacement for them to move in. So definitely solid there, just keeping as much lockout as they could. And as soon as they had it, there's the wall. And look at that, it came back for a KO. Exactly, and it worked out for them. It was really nice. And now we have Game 2 on Starfish main stage tower control.
Okay, so this is Heaven's Infinity's counter pick. So we did see a Squiff come out before. We did see a Booyah Bomb. Interesting, it will be if the Squiff stays here or if Chargers are going to be coming out. I'm not too sure what else Elite has in store. But I can definitely see why tower control would be Heaven's Infinity's counter pick, just from last game's comp.
Yeah, you know, what they had in that first game really seemed to work for them most of the match anyways. It's just that Little Timmy and the Splats, they were able to make better use of the lockouts when they had them. It just took them a little longer to get started, but they were more dominant during that game.
At the start, little Timmy and the Splats, it looked like they were a little overconfident and taking fights that they could have presumably thought they could have won, but they didn't have the pairing up synergy like Heaven's Infinity did. But then we saw halfway through, there was more patience. They started working together, and that's how they were able to come back from that. So we'll see if little Timmy and the Splats can come out with that same teamwork that we saw towards the last half of Splat Zones to make it more of a more head-to-head neutral beginning instead of a burst start for Heaven's Infinity.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those things about Splat Zones too, is once you get those early advantages, you can really make good use of that, and we did see that from Heaven's Infinity, because on their first cap, they got all the way down to about, what was that, 23 remaining, which is huge and kind of discouraging if you're the other team, because you're like, okay, we have a lot of work to do if we want to try and take the lead to win this game, but little Timmy and the Splats, they did it.
We got a little bit left here, and it looks like that little Timmy and the Splats is just getting the last little bits of their comp remaining, just completely running out the timer. So there's definitely some thought being put into this.
Absolutely, and the time
or they just couldn't find a hat.
Whatever, it could be multiple things. But let's bring you guys game 2 of our round 2 match here. Again, Heaven's Infinity versus the not Destiny troops, but the little Timmy and the Splats.
We see the Squift still staying out here for Elite. We got 52s on both sides, and then the Inkjet Nautilus coming out on Heaven's Infinity here, which is really, really nice on this map mode because of the flank paths, and Inkjet can control the top left when you're pushing. So it's really solid. It could get up there, and we see the Junior already going down on the side of little Timmy and the Splat. But Bamboo getting a nice pick on the Nautilus there.
Yeah,
so
Timmy getting a nice pick and able to now get on the tower, but it is going to go down. They still have a player advantage now, 3v3. Gigas now going to take the tower, try to get it to this checkpoint. They were really close before, and it looks like they will... I don't want to jinx it, they would almost be reaching it, but Elite having trouble pushing forward there just a little bit. They're going to hop off the tower, getting it all the way to 76 just before that first checkpoint. Look, now going to be throwing a Booyah Bomb towards mid, trying to displace, but we still have now we have a 4v3, 3v3, as Heaven's Infinity hopped onto the tower just briefly, and they do have a player advantage, so let's see if they make use of this.
It looks like that they are. The 52 took a nice side, painted up, moving forward. They're controlling corners here. Just looks like they're keeping an eye on a flank, just watching the snipe here. Missiles come out. They do know, I believe they know where Heaven's Infinity are after those missiles. But they've got some nice angles here on little Timmy and the Splats. They've got some nice pairing going over here, and they do get that pick, and they're just freely take that checkpoint, and now they're in a position to just block them out on the top here.
Yeah, Heaven's Infinity doing a really good job reaching their second checkpoint and seem to get past it, no problem. They do have now a 3v3, I was going to say player advantage, but that is no longer existing. They get all the way to 34, so, but 3 players down now on a little Timmy and the Splat. So again, very nice for Heaven's Infinity, especially because they don't have to get past a second checkpoint again. Both players doing a very good job avoiding that suction bomb that was on the tower, and now they're going to approach this last checkpoint with about 10 units remaining. They are going to get past it. We have a potential GG Booyah Bomb, and that is going to do it for Heaven's Infinity, tying the set 1-1.
I would like to point out at how much work Luck on the 52 on the side of Heaven's Infinity put in there. Like, holy smokes. I don't know if you saw that, but they were popping off as soon as they got mid control. They went to the left. They were getting picks using the tower as an obstacle, and then they got up on bats and were winning practically every fight they took and just destroyed in spawn. Luck just went on a rampage at the end there.
Yeah, it was really nice. And even for how short that match was, Heaven's Infinity, they had players who had 4 and 5 specials that were being used. And I mean, that's just incredible painting and slaying, and they overall just did a really good job.
The way that like I said, there was really good pairing, especially on the second checkpoint, just kind of back and forth there, and then the members got back up. They were still following up side by side, and then just the 52 got installed, and Little Timmy and the Splats I think they just didn't really know what to do at that point.
Yeah, it's kind of
It was
hard.
just kind of a fluster.
Right. And that's one of those things when you're at a checkpoint, too. If you're on offense, you have to watch from every angle. And you know that if you're pushing in that, okay, anything is up for grabs. And unfortunately for Little Timmy and the Splats, it just didn't work out. I think getting past those checkpoints and what Heaven's Infinity was able to do during the checkpoints is kind of what changed the game.
But now we have Little Timmy and the Splats counterpick as it looks like they might also be opting for tower control here.
We might be waiting on one more person to join.
Okay, so the tower control Inkblot is the counterpick, and Heaven's Infinity, we're just waiting for a swap out here to come into the lobby. But going back to tower control here, it's for Inkblot. It's interesting to see, especially with what we just witnessed on the past map here. So I am very curious to see the strategy that Little Timmy and the Splats might have for this one.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing the same mode that they just lost on, so there has to be something. There has to be logic to their thinking. Okay, I know this is a stage that we maybe have a better chance at winning than Starfish main stage against Heaven's Infinity. So I'm really curious to see if Little Timmy and the Splats will kind of change their weapons and what they will do differently.
I feel like Heaven's Infinity is going to be relatively similar here, or I feel like it would be in the first place. Like if that 52 comes back. If it gets installed on top, I hope Little Timmy and the Splats have an answer for it, which is probably why. Oh, and the sub was on Little Timmy and the Splats, so that one was my bad there. I thought it was okay. But we got one side readied up, and the other's just finishing. We might see something different other than the bamboo here.
Yeah, and remember, this is a best of 5, so even though this is a game 3, we're tied up. We're going to be seeing more matches after the set, but going up 2-1 can really put you in a good position, and like a good psychological position as well. You're just in the mindset of, okay, one more game, that's all we have to do. So this game will be crucial for both teams.
It's like the first 2 games basically cancel out each other, so it's like you're back at the beginning.
Right, that's exactly right. And these teams are ready, so let's bring you all game 3. Again, we have Inkblot Art Academy Tower Control.
The bamboo stays, however, an inkjet not coming out for Little Timmy and the Splats, and we see a double Booyah Bomb comp from Heaven's Infinity.
That's right, so Gigas is going to be changing from the Junior to the Not, so we'll see who pushes forward first. Tower control is one of those modes where, like, it's similar to the Rainmaker. You really need to get a player advantage before you even want to try and tackle that tower.
The bamboo and the Nautilus, they're trying to potentially work. What just happened in the corner there? Hold on. There were explosions, and along with, oh my goodness, I think a bomb just destroyed a bunch of people in that corner there, and all I saw was 3 deaths on one side and another going down. It's like, holy smokes.
Yeah, so Heaven's Infinity able to hop on the tower with Little Timmy and the Splats having 3 of their members go down all at the same time. They are now pushing towards this first checkpoint, but it's really hard towards this slick spot because there are so many opportunities for members of Little Timmy and the Splats to position themselves to make it difficult, but Heaven's Infinity doing a really good job. Get past that first checkpoint, now onto the second checkpoint. They are making very quick work of this map.
They really are. That's why it's just, if the 52 gets up here and gets installed, it's going to be very, like I said, I hope Little Timmy and the Splats has a answer. Nice fall off from the Nautilus there, and just dodging the Swift Snipe. Inkjet coming out, seeing if it can maybe put in some work. The Swift was in a nice little spot there, just hugging the wall, peeking up. It was good there. Did get the pick on the Inkjet, so definitely a nice win for the Swift there.
It was. Heaven's Infinity still making quick progress, getting to 30 remaining, and that's a 3-player down all at the same time. Gigas is now alone, going to try and go down the side, able to get a pick, but is now going to go down too. This checkpoint is going to breeze past this third. Tower's going to breeze past the third checkpoint and potentially get the knockout. 4 units remaining, 2 players down on their team, but that's still going to do it. Heaven's Infinity wins game 3.
Holy smokes. Yeah, just full-on explosion in the corner that ended up in Heaven's Infinity's favor, which was very unfortunate for little Timmy and the Splats, and it was just non-stop pressure from there on out. And little Timmy and the Splats will probably want to reconsider how they're going to deal with this offense. And I'd say maybe go, like, I know they can't do splat zones, but I think they need to consider their splat zone strategy on how they're inking forward and gaining control and how they were working as a team coming forward, a little more patience. Because in this time we saw the Nautilus try to do something in mid, but they didn't have really much turf control. They only had a little bit of tower protection, and the Bamboo was behind trying to help them at least get one person off their back because it was potentially a 2v1 situation there. But it just didn't have the paint or just a couple missed shots there, which was unfortunate. But it did not work out in their favor there for starting map control either.
That's right. So little Timmy and the Splats now making their counter pick, which I okay, they said they wanted the same exact thing. So we're getting once again tower control and Inkbot. And I mean, like, intuitively you would think that'd be against the rules, but I guess it's not. If you lost it, you could do it again.
You can do it again, yeah.
Yeah, that that's what they want to do. We can't judge them until we see this game, I should say. But traditionally, teams do not choose the same identical map and mode that they had previously lost on a counter pick. But maybe they have something up their sleeve. Let's see.
I think there is something up their sleeve, and like I said, that initial, I'm pretty sure it was a bomb in the corner that I caught last second, I think threw them completely off. So I'm pretty sure they have a plan here, and it's just executing it and watching that corner, because that corner that they all basically chose to fight in there was just a death zone.
Yeah.
So they definitely have a strategy for this, and I think part of it is going to get the Nautilus installed. But they have to have the control forward to do that. Because they were doing okay in neutral, but again, just the Nautilus needed someone, like another person with them in the middle there, just giving them a little more help than the Bamboo behind, because there was another 2 up in front. So let's see how this goes this time.
Yeah, and I think for Little Timmy and the Splats, they have to be the first team to make a push, because Heaven's Infinity has always been successful when they made their first push. So Little Timmy and the Splats, they need to set the tone, get those early picks, and try and at least get past that first checkpoint. But now we do see the custom Jet Squelcher from Jimmy in the same exact comp from Heaven's Infinity.
Infinity knows how they're pushing with this. This time, Jimmy's got a little bit of extra kit here. They got the Ray. Well, they did have the Ray. However, the Swift just going nuts here, and then just there's nothing more to say. Just Little Timmy and the Splats got 3 down situation. That's delayed wipe, and pressure's just there. Just Little Timmy and the Splats not respecting the range that certain ones can hit, and they got a little too close there.
Yeah, Tower is going to almost get past the second checkpoint. Jimmy using the Ray to prevent it from moving forward. Oh, but they do. Pincher hops back on the tower to get past this checkpoint. And a lot of members of Heaven's Infinity able to push up, but now 2 players down, 3 players down. Just BK Pro, who is going to go down from this Booyah Bomb snipe. So this is going to be Little Timmy and the Splats' first opportunity with the player advantage. They need to get this tower back. They need to take control of mid. Watch where these Heaven's Infinity players are coming from. We see 3 coming from the right side, 1 coming from the left side too. And we see a few specials ready for Timmy and the Splats, as they still have the tower and do have a player advantage.
Something I was looking at is how Salty rode the tower for a long time, and I was like, okay, they're using it to charge armor, but they had armor. So they could have just tapped it, let it move forward, while they could have worked with another person while the tower was resetting back to mid, and then helping to establish the path, but that wasn't the case. So it was interesting to see what their thought was there, but in the end here, just Heaven's Infinity quickly regaining control here and pushing Little Timmy and the Splats back pretty far, as they have them. It looks like that they have them a little scared.
They do. In Heaven's Infinity, they're in a really good position because they have a comfortable lead, and Little Timmy and the Splats would have to get past 2 checkpoints to even get where Heaven's Infinity was. They can play very conservatively, but they are not holding back, just getting these kills. And Little Timmy and the Splats now able to push up towards mid. They are going to get back on this tower, so they're going to try this again. They still need to get past their first checkpoint. Giga's going to go up, try and take down the Squiffer with the Inkjet. Not going to quite happen just yet. 4v4, tower now back at mid, and we have half of the match remaining.
It looks like tried to opt for the Squiffer, but then looked like that their teammate was struggling in the corner there, and then shifted their aim. I don't mind that, but it did their Inkjet did go down, I think, right after they landed, as soon as I saw, because they were able to move in after when they realized that the pressure wasn't on them anymore. However, Little Timmy and the Splats is doing pretty decently here, going back and forth on picks in middle here, and it looks like Adam's going to try to move up, and missiles are out, so they do see these members. The 52 here putting in a distraction on the side. Nautilus is finally opting to go up, just seeing if they can get off angles. There we go, 52's going back on the flat, seeing if they can maybe stall out here. Two members of Heaven's Infinity down, the Inkjet's out, trying to see if they can get the pick on the 52 or the Squiff. Just adding some solid pressure, and it looks like, I think this game plan was, oh, never mind. The game plan was trying to get initiated there, but again, the snipe on the Inkjet landing just kind of shuts it down, because I'm pretty sure the main strat here is getting this Nautilus installed, and it's getting shut down after every landing.
Yeah, that was Little Timmy in the Splats' second attempt. Now we have just over a minute remaining, and there is a big battle at mid. But again, Heaven's Infinity, they don't need to do anything drastic, but now they are 3 players down. So this is going to be hard for Little Timmy and the Splats if they want to do this in the next minute. Adam now going to be pushing up, trying to put themselves in a good position. This tower is now going to be approaching the second checkpoint. We do have the help of the Ray, help of the missiles, and the help of the Inkjet. They are now at the second checkpoint. Can they get past it? They do. So let's see if they can get past the 23 remaining.
They've got all the members of Heaven's Infinity in this corner. They stopped the Booyah Bomb. The Nautilus is installed. And since they took the lead, that is what they wanted the entire time.
It's a wipe.
It is a wipe. They're going on the home stretch here. It's just the Squiffer left alive. The Ray's coming out. They have the tower secured. It's just the...
He needs to go down. He needs to go down. Oh, you guys. Where's Adam? Adam's going to be jumping out. Okay, so here we go. Last 15 seconds. Little Timmy and the Splats get all the way to 1 point remaining. Heaven's Infinity, they're going to need to do exactly what they did in this previous game if they want to win. Here we go. This is definitely going into overtime. Little Timmy and the Splats starting to use their specials. The person on the tower able to avoid these missiles. We do see a Booyah Bomb thrown. Tower now back at mid. Let's do this.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be quite the overtime, guys. I think Jimmy's going to go for the Ray. They're going to probably wait for a teammate to get closer. They do have someone on this back angle here, putting on a lot of pressure, and they ended up getting tower with the Ray and the side pressure. No one was looking forward, so just Adam hopped on the tower and said, GG.
Man, what an incredible game. And everybody in chat, myself included, we kind of questioned that counter pick that they chose. Let's not kid ourselves. We were all kind of questioning it. But Little Timmy and the Splats, 21 kills from their NZAP. Absolutely incredible. They just turned on the heat in the last 2 minutes of that game, and Little Timmy and the Splats deserve that win.
The switch was flipped from how much pressure Heaven's Infinity was bringing, and then all of a sudden the fear was gone, and it's just like something woke up in Little Timmy and the Splats, and you could see it. It took almost the entire time, but it finally woke up. They finally got their plan to work. The Nautilus got installed. They got their specials off in a nice play. They used a, I believe it was a 3 special combo they had there with the Ray, the Inkjet, and the missiles all came off there when they were coming up the ramp. It just secured their way, and I think they actually caught Heaven's Infinity in a panic.
Yeah, absolutely. So for this game 5, unfortunately for you guys, we will not be seeing Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. Instead, we are going to be seeing the creme de la creme of competitive Splatoon, Splat Zone's Macam Art.
Yeah, this is the fire of any counter pick. Just solid map mode. We saw how the initial Splat Zones game went. Heaven's Infinity has this power right off the very beginning that is able to capitalize, and we've seen this on all of these games. Heaven's Infinity comes out with the immediate burst, and then they'll have so much pressure throughout almost the entire game, and then it's like they wear out. And that's where little Timmy and the Splats pick up what they haven't used yet and just put it in their face.
Definitely. You know, something I was thinking about, I wish we could have been in the voice chat for both of those teams during that game. Especially right when Little Timmy and the Splats were getting past that third checkpoint and taking the lead and getting so close to just KOing. I bet both of those VCs were just going nuts.
I'd imagine so as well. It's just one of those, like, one here. It's just so much excitement, and just everything will just, oh my goodness. And now everyone just needs to take a breather, because again, everything's crossed itself out. It comes down to this game, but it's the start and it's also the end. So it's just refocusing, refreshing, play this how you would. In all honesty, it's just like, I wouldn't consider the stakes. It's just you play the game how you would play the game, and just come out with the overall offense.
That's right, and these teams are ready, so let's bring you Game 5. We have Little Timmy in the Splats versus Heaven's Infinity. Here we go.
We see the splash coming back on Heaven's Infinity, and the Tri-Slosher coming out from Salty here. Adam playing the Zap now, and we also see a T-Tech, and this is a V-Jet this time, coming out from Jimmy.
Yeah, so V-Jet is, it's going to be a different pick for him, and an early cap now for Heaven's Infinity, as they're able to push out some of these Little Timmy and the Splats players. Gigas now ready with the Inkjet, going to be throwing some Splat Bombs, try and move them out. Now going to be deploying the Inkjet. Can't they get a few of these picks? But this Booyah Bomb's really going to be moving him around. 2 specials ready. We have missiles ready, and we have Suction Rush ready on side of Heaven's Infinity, but they are 2 players down.
This is, they got 2 players down. Again, this is a pretty solid opening from Heaven's Infinity, but we've seen this again in all 3 games. They'll have this burst start with a really good push, and then Little Timmy and the Splats just come right back, and it looks like Salty and another teammate here are going to try and push some people back, but missiles, of course, stalling them. Nice dodging from the missiles. Oh, unfortunately, the last one hit. I spoke too soon. But just reverse.
Yeah, 3 players were going down on Little Timmy and the Splat, so Heaven's Infinity able to cap it again. They had a lot of penalty points, but they do have a decent lead, so they're going to try and continue this lockout as they throw some suction bombs up towards that top left side. And they are doing a good job pushing up. We have 3 players pushing on the right side, and now looks like they're going to retreat back to zone just a little bit as they do go 1 player down. We now see Gigas pushing forward, able to get a nice pick, 2 players down on Heaven's Infinity, and will that be enough for Little Timmy and the Splats to take the zone? It doesn't look like just yet, because Salty was out of ink. Unfortunately, couldn't do much there, but this zone is still being contested. Who will get the cap? It's going to be a while.
Yes, this is it. They just don't have their painter there to help cap it. Meanwhile, Heaven's Infinity was still all in the right place, so unfortunately this didn't go in Little Timmy and the Splat's favor, but it did shortly after.
It did, and now, yeah, Little Timmy and the Splats has the zone. They're able to push up just a little bit, getting rid of their penalty points as we have about half of our time remaining. Let's see Heaven's Infinity. They're going to be using some specials, going to be using some missiles, going to be using some Booyah Bombs, trying to push forward. That is almost going to be enough for the cap, and it is now, chasing down some of these players. 3v3, now 3v1, 2v1, so quick work getting some splats here, but it's only going to favor the team who already has a zone when there aren't that many players alive, and that is Heaven's Infinity. they are trying to get rid of their penalty points, and they're doing a really good job.
We see the T-Tech trying to see if they can come in on an off angle on the side here, but two members of Heaven's Infinity were watching it, but the Inkjet does get a pick in return, and little Timmy and the Splats trying to move in. Nice. That is a very nice pick on the Swift with that angle. Very well done there.
That's going to be great for Heaven's Infinity because Little Timmy and Splats did have just one player alive, and Heaven's Infinity had less than 20 units remaining. This could be the end. Heaven's Infinity is going to be moving on to round 3.
What a set! Holy smokes! What is it? Heaven's Infinity just keeping, like, they kept the pressure all towards the end. It's just they had the initial start. And Little Timmy and the Splats, they had a harder time keeping that lockout this time around. Like, they definitely had their opportunities, but they definitely had a harder time doing it, and let alone just capping when it was in a neutral game. So we saw the paint disadvantage, especially when their Zap was the first one out. So Heaven's Infinity doing a good job taking out the painter first, and then just going right in. And then when the very end happened, it's just they did not have enough time to come back in. And if they did, they were all caught out in the same corner once again, like what happened on the first tower controlling plot, where they were all in a corner and boom.
Yeah. So, kind of to recap that set, it looked like Heaven's Infinity was going to win pretty convincingly 3-1. And then we saw that game 4 counter pick by Little Timmy and the Splats. We were all just kind of like, okay, well, you know, they could have something up their sleeve, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and guess what? They actually did. And, like, they just gave us such a thrilling set, and I was really excited for that Game 5, and that one didn't let down either. But congratulations to Heaven's Infinity, as they are now going to be moving on to winners round 3. Little Timmy and the Splats, they are still alive. They're going to be moving down to the losers bracket. So we still have a lot of great matches that are coming your way, and the best part is we're not even going to be really taking a break, because pretty soon we are going to be starting this next round, and we will know which teams are going to be playing shortly, but maybe we can kind of recap some of the scores that have already happened. So I'll go ahead and pull that up for you guys.
If we're looking at what just kind of happened here, like we just saw our set versus Little Timmy and the Splats versus Heaven's Infinity. They will be up against Pickup, who took 3-2 over Aquatic Vanguard. Another Game 5. Every bracket in Winners Round 2 went to a Game 5.
Oh my gosh. Every single one of them.
Every single one of them. Pickup versus Aquatic Vanguard. Pickup came out with 3-2. The one we just saw went 3-2. Kraken's United went over Inked with 3-2. Shiverme Fitters took 3-2 over Blazing Storm. It's it's just Game 5 throughout the entire thing on the Winners Round 2. This alpha bracket's insane!
I know, it is absolutely incredible, and we were talking about this even before we streamed. Day 1 was absolutely incredible too. Every single game went to a Game 3. This has probably been the most competitive games that we have shown you guys on Low Ink so far.
Is this being marked in the history books now?
I certainly
February
think
2022 is the most final game hypes there is in a row.
Well, we got to put it in the record books, and I know that when we have our highlight reel for the next few tournaments, we are going to be seeing a few things from that set, especially Game 4. It's going to be really cool.
But I think the next set has been announced that we're going to see, and it looks like, I believe it is Kraken United and Shiverme Feeders who we're going to have on the stream.
Yeah, so to kind of recap, Kraken United, they did win 3-4 against Inked in round 2. In round 1, they beat Legato 2-1. Shiverme Feeders, they beat the Ink Bashers 2-0 in their first round, and then beat Blazing Storm 3-2. So, again, both of these teams, they're probably feeling the nerves of barely hanging on and winning a Game 5, and moving on to the semifinals of the winners bracket. That is pretty incredible.
The other thing is that the morale of these two teams have got to be very high. Again, we saw the Game 5 wins. They're all going to be like, we did this. We can keep going. We got this. The adrenaline is still there. Speaking from experience, the adrenaline is there for like another bit, and it might even carry you throughout the entire rest of the bracket, as long as of course you win the brackets. But it sticks with you. But the other thing is that it also brings nerves at the same time. So it's just finding the balance between both of them can definitely give you the drive to take victory in these games.
Yeah, it really can. And we would say that, you know, when you play a game 5, you don't have a ton of time that you can kind of relax and recoup and get a drink of water. But I believe this set was the last one to finish. So these two teams have that time that they can kind of, you know, regroup themselves, kind of get all their nerves out, lower their heart rate a little bit, maybe. I know for me, it was even racing during that previous set that we watched. So they're able to just kind of reset. Okay, this is a brand new best of 5 set that we're going to do. You know, we don't need any of our game 5 only shenanigans, even though you should play these one game at a time. But yeah, it's going to be so good.
Yeah, just checking my little heart rate monitor on my watch. I was at 100 BPM like 5 minutes ago, and that was during the other sets. So
yeah, I mean, I was right there at 90, so I feel that.
Oh boy, we're going on to Splat Zone's Albacore Hotel, the map where all the long range wants to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, so this is one of the biggest maps in the game, and like you mentioned, long-range weapons are going to be favored here, and it's kind of a big zone too. So we're going to see people just like standing off to the side. Flanks are going to be harder on this stage because there's not a lot of places that you can like sneakily go to, I guess. But
time.
Yeah.
You can definitely sneak over on those little sides where you can hop over. It just takes a little more time, and you really have to make sure that communication with the team is that if someone is pulling that off, the other team wants to make, like the other 3 want to make sure that they are being together and that they're playing as if they had just kind of like a player just got splatted until that teammate can come back around and get into that position, or if they just are holding in general and they're being installed on the side, they got to use that to their advantage. So, oh, here we go. The double backline, basically, coming with the ballpoint and the Jet there. Even though Jet can be almost midline at this point, but it's still double back on the one side, and that can be very successful on this map.
Yeah, it certainly can be. So we're going to see a quick cap there by Shiverme Feeders, only getting to 96, but then we are going to see a pretty quick Ray from the custom Jet Squelcher. 2 players down. That's going to be a nice cap for Kraken United, as they are able to try and push forward, but they have to watch all of these angles. They really have to spread out to make sure that nobody can push forward. And as this Jet Squelcher is just trying to get a few picks, trying to see who they can get, going to have to move over to the left side. Kraken United's just doing a really good job not letting any Shiverme Feeders players in.
However, they just lost the one down on from this view, the left side there, and looks like that they did get the cap back, and so now it's just getting the ones that are furthest forward. So the 52 did go up a little bit farther than they probably intended, and they did get picked out in a 2v1 there. Armor is out, but it looks like Kraken United still in a decent spot. It does look like a 3v2 right now, but they do have their range players in some nice spots here. However, it looks like the Jet in the corner was fighting the 52 and had to jump out. Rapids here applying some pressure on the ballpoint, and now it's their turn to have control. They got those range players back, and that's what they needed to do.
Yeah, so Shiverme Feeders. Oh my gosh, able to take the lead there with 44 remaining. They do have a few players go down, have one special ready, but Kraken United able to take control of the zone and do a good job just pushing forward, but they really have to watch for these Shiverme Feeders players with their specials, and nice beacon placement on the other side of the map, and they're doing a really good job. But we do see the Kenza Blaster over on trying to push forward, trying to push into the zone, now going to baller 2 players down. This is going to be huge for them. They were able to hold on to the lead. They have a lot of penalty points, but they did a really good job pushing forward when they needed to.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, just a very nice combo. Like the baller moved in with the Booyah Bomb, just gave it a little bit of extra time to actually explode. They did get picked off there, but it was still a really nice combo play made by the Rapid that still ended up allowing them to keep play here, opting to jump out back to their teammate on the side, as one member of Kraken United was trying to take zone there, but it looks like they do back up because of this Ray here. Ray getting a pick off of the corner.
Yeah, I mean,
very
these
back and forth.
these next few like attempted caps are going to be really crucial because look how close these players are. Kraken United, they now have the zone, trying to just hold on for these next 10 penalty points that are going to remain to take the lead. And that's going to be really big with under 2 minutes remaining. They are able to take the lead even though they have a player disadvantage. They're going to have some rain to try and push some of these players out, using these walls to get behind, able to get some nice picks, but are now going to continue to push forward. This is going to be a Shiverme feeders, they are going to try and contest the zone, but Kraken United doing a really good job just holding onto it. Kyle now going to be throwing a Booyah Bomb. Will it be enough for them to cap? And it looks like no, it's not going to be.
No, it was not. It was very close there for a little bit there, but there's members just keep going down left and right, side by like it looks like that they're getting it's not a collateral pick, but it's a double pick by something. Just in the same spot, and they were just kind of going. They were getting caught out too there. They were getting stuck in the tight corners, and but the special usage towards the end there on both sides were actually really good. It's just it looked like Shiverme feeders there again getting caught out a little far forward amongst these specials, but again they didn't have too much of a choice, so they did try. It was kind of the last hurrah, but when this last hurrah happens, it's very easy to catch out. So
yeah, and with that, Kraken United going to be getting the first win for this set. So a really good effort by both of those teams, and they did a good job just kind of like taking control of the zone. It wasn't really a situation where one team was dominant and then the other just came in for a split second just to kind of counter the cap. It was a lot of back and forth.
It was very back and forth. Like it was very even, and then just Kraken United managed to get the win their fights towards the end. So it was just who was going to win the fight that they were initiating, or the fights that they were initiating. And Kraken United came out on top there, and that's basically what secured that. And their two range, the ballpoint and the jet working together on that map, just the extra fall off pressure was really nice. But also giving credits to that rapid on the other side as well. Like that was a lot of nice angles. They were to push those two long ranges back. They were, even if their blasts weren't fully hitting, it made them aware like the blaster's there and that they have to kind of back up if they want to deal with it.
Yeah, no, that is a good point, because it's like even just making your presence known, even if they're not going to directly hit you, it's just scary, you know?
There's a lot of people in chat hoping for the run back, but no, that's not going to happen here. We're going to Clam Blitz.
Yes.
Clam Blitz, Mako Mart, but we unfortunately we have a lobby issue. So we're just gonna take some time here. So yeah, Clam Blitz, Mako Mart. I like seeing Clam Blitz counterpicked because to me, like, of course, every mode in comp is team based, but this is probably the number one. Even though it can be very much cheesed at the end, like you really have to calculate and communicate with your teammates how many clams you have, and how you're actually going to get a pretty solid push off of it. Because a lot of people will just go in, they'll score the clam, and they don't have the extras to just keep a push going. Like you'll find they'll throw in a clam, it'll be like a short stall, and then all of a sudden the push is over and they don't get much out of it. So the biggest thing teams can do is communicate how many clams they have, who's actually going to make the power, and when to fully go in. Just have that strategy beforehand, lots of teamwork used, and then as soon as they finish, like if the other team's finished defending, just snap to it. Because on this map, as soon as a push is over, another one starts from the other team, basically, if they just snap their fingers and jump on it.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see Clam Blitz for the first time today. I mean, we've seen so many tower control, we've seen so many splat zones. We still haven't seen Rainmaker yet. Or no, actually, we did in our first set. But zones, Makomar, and kind of what you mentioned with the team coordination, I commonly hear that this is people's like least favorite solo queue mode, but one of their favorite league or competitive modes.
Yep, it's definitely one of mine, and for those reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things I just love to watch is to see how these teams push together, because You know, it's a very visible way to see the coordination, unlike Splat Zones or Tower or Rainmaker. Just the fact that, okay, somebody's scoring, we're all going to be jumping in to do this thing. It's just so cool to see how well they coordinate, and coordinating specials and clams.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of times, like, of course, we all know we can jump in the clam, but a lot of, again, the lower teams, they'll think that jumping in is like it's a great strategy. It's not the optimal one. You want to make sure, like, swimming in the clam with your team all together in the same area is the optimal way to go. The jumping in strat, it works better more in a close overtime. But the biggest thing you want to do is be sure you're up with your team and then moving in together, because then you won't go to an immediate man disadvantage when you're jumping in early on in the game.
Exactly. It's always nice to use maybe that pity clam as a clam to follow up with rather than to score for the first time. Because if you're scoring for the first time with it, you might not have anything else set up. But speaking of setup, these teams are ready and set up, so let's bring you game 2 of our round 3 set.
We see jets coming out from both sides. Both V jets. They do have a little bit of a different build. One's got object shredder. We also see a 52 foil squeezers coming out here. So we're going to see probably bubbles under basket to help with that push. We've always seen that foil squeezer comes in, does a lot of work on this map, especially. And 2 down already on the side of Shiverme feeders.
That's going to be really nice for Kraken United, as they are now going to be pushing forward. Looks like they were really close to forming a power clam. Couldn't quite do it, but still, Lampitch showing them who's boss, as Shiverme Feeders now able to push forward just for a little bit. Will they have enough to form a power clam? It looks like one of the players has 8. There is a power clam now formed on Kraken United, as Shiverme Feeders has a lot of control of mid right now, but some of these missiles really going to help Kraken United out. Is this going to be enough for Shiverme Feeders to push forward? They're going to have to avoid this Booyah Bomb and stay alive. They are going to go down.
Oh, it was very close there. Like, I saw the K-Shot kind of move in, but that Booyah Bomb coming out in a really nice spot here, pushing the one with the power clam on Shiverme Feeders in a really rough spot, so it could just be followed up and capitalized on. Squeezer going in a little bit, just kind of rushing in there. They went into a 2v1, and now Squeezer's down while the rest of Kraken United has to avoid these missiles, as I believe they were all probably mostly seen at this point. But they aren't going in. They're being a little more patient here, we're seeing, and both teams have a clamp. It looks like the Squeezer goes down again on the side. That is big for Shiverme Feeders, because if they keep catching out the Squeezer, bubbles aren't going to happen.
That's right. Now Shiverme Feeders able to push forward for the first time. Are they going to throw that power clam in? They are. So our first score is going to happen with just over 2 minutes into this match. A few claims to follow up, getting all the way to 68. Can they get all the way to 60 where they would like to be? It looks like that's not really going to happen right now. So Shiverme Feeders getting the very first push, but now we have just a straight up battle at mid with all players alive. Kraken United able to push forward just a little bit, as they do have a power clam. They have 28 clams on their side ready to go.
I think at this point they're just making sure that they don't go in too far. They're getting other specials. They have Booyah Bomb and Bubbles online on Kraken United. They do have this clam, and it looks like they've got a lot more clams on a bunch of the other players as well. They got 2 now. They got 2 power clams. So this, the bubbles went off early on the side. The teammates couldn't follow up on that. I feel like the Squeezer was trying to make an opening for the clams on Kraken United, but I think there had to have been a little bit of miscommunication or a stall on the side there. I didn't quite catch it, but it wasn't followed up on, so the clams were not scored. In fact, they were just shut down, but they still have a couple more. Actually, I think I spoke too soon, because that's 3 down on the other side.
Oh, this is a wonderful counter push here by Kraken United. Able to push forward. Can they get these claims? And they do get one of them. They still have a power claim down. Going to be losing all the claims. And now they have 3 players down. Just Segal. That is going to be a team wipe. Not enough for them to take the lead. Man, they did have a missed opportunity before. They were able to kind of respawn and gather themselves back together, getting all the way to 77. They are still down by a little bit, and right now just have their pity clam, while Shiverme Feeder is able to take all of these claims that are at mid.
The Shiverme Feeder's K-Shot was in a really nice position there. Just, it's like they read that Kraken United was going to jump over the stack to throw in their clam. Was just in the direction of it, and got the pick off of that one. Did go down on the other, but very key pick there, shutting down the other power clam.
And we have just about a minute remaining. Shiverme Feeders trying to push forward a little bit. They do have 25 power claims now, 3v3, but this Foil Squeeze is going to be trying to push forward with some of these bubbles. They don't have any power claims, but they're doing a really good job just locking them out, pushing them out, so they can't even approach mid. That makes it seem like Shiverme Feeders could have somebody sneak forward and maybe get that jump in to kind of get rid of some of their penalty points, but now they are going to go in. They are able to score, too, and they got another power claim in the follow-up. 30 seconds remaining, and Koro now going to be jumping in. Can they get this power claim in? They do. 21 remaining.
And the last member opts to jump out. Very strong push there, increasing their lead. So now they don't have too terribly much to worry about unless if they all wipe. So let's just hope that doesn't happen. Lampet in a really nice spot here on the wall, just being aware of where this power clam is going to go, but it looks like they are spotted. They do get a pick. They do get the one clam. Getting the second one down, they're shutting down this one clam, which is really good. Stalling, but overtime able to still initiate. The clam is still alive. And this is going to be potentially the final bit here, but the NSAP's just in the way, and I think someone's in behind in the corner there on the other side.
They're going to be pushing up with this power claim.
But it's too late! It's too late!
So Shiverme Feeder is able to hold on in overtime and get their first win of this set. Able to score in that power claim at the end before Kraken United could. We are now tied 1-1.
I want to know how close they were, because I saw someone way in the far corner there, just kind of showing off of the spectator view. You could see someone was trying to go for it on the side. I wonder how close they actually were. If they got the clam over there and threw it, or if it was actually over there. I can't remember where the clam was, but I know someone was trying to go for the jump to get a jump in for the clam, but it was just a little too late.
Yeah, Kraken United, they actually had 2 power claims ready, but I don't know if they had a lot of time. That was pretty far into overtime, so kind of the combination of Shiverme Feeders pushing their own power clam with Kraken United not being able to get to the basket in enough time, it was going to be really hard for them to overcome. But again, a great effort for Shiverme Feeders getting the first win, and we are going to be moving on to Game 3. The counter pick is Tower Control Schellendorf Institute.
For Kraken United, they're picking the range maps. They're bringing out their strengths, which is the range, and this is going to be a glass battle. And if they're, I don't know if they're gonna bring double range like they were. I mean, I have seen it work on here. One take top, one take bottom. It's hard to control, but I can definitely see what is trying to be brought here for TC Schellendorf if we're going off of what they brought on Albacore Zones.
Yeah, I'll be honest, this isn't really a map and mode I try to play very often. So, as far as... I'll take your word for it. I think backlines are really going to thrive here, especially with glass. Anytime you have a lot of slick areas where it doesn't really favor front lines, maybe sharking and pushing forward a lot. And with tower control in general, I can't think of tower control without thinking of meme picks now, just based on previous set, but with our lovely counter pick. But again, having these two teams play in their first 2 games, they were just so close to each other. And I could see all of these games going all the way into overtime.
I can definitely see this being close. I imagine Shiverme Feeders are going to go with relatively similar comp. Again, I'm excited for I am excited for what Kraken United is going to bring, and they brought a lobby DC. So
they did bring a lobby DC with the DC right at the start of the match. And an extended intro. So this is pretty questionable. And here begins the lovely internet shenanigans that we all dread to see. But you know what? Maybe we can get a sneak peek at what weapon choices these teams will have if we decide to start. Okay, never mind. The game just wants to explode on us, so that's totally fine.
The game just said no.
Game said no.
So they all broke in. They didn't pay the proper admission fee, so it just said no.
I think of like a night at the museum, you know, with this. They just like they're now trapped there with that dinosaur coming to life and everything like that. But again, I think this will be one of those matches that won't really be like nobody's going to steamroll the other person. They're just going to go back and forth, taking turns at these checkpoints. I mean, we haven't seen tower control yet with these two teams, but I don't know.
Because they have been pretty well at controlling back and forth. There is a potential, like, what is it? There's a couple of closed areas. Like, the second checkpoint for sure is a very closed area. And I know if armor is brought, if they have armor pop there, people can just go down there. Bombs are really controlling. If there's a stingray, like, that area is really hard to push through without some kind of special, especially when two are going at the same time from both sides. It can go in either way depending on who's initiates first, but I know in that choke point, it's quite the game changer in that one choke point. So I'm just waiting to see for when we get over there, just what the comps are going to be and how they're going to deal with this choke point. What off angles they're going to take, because I know a lot of people like to flank up on glass and just kind of hop around on the one side and then just peek their way around and say hello. I know that there was a clip of Next Try Slosher doing that in the past, so we'll see if I can definitely see my Urin's K-Shot doing that on this map. If that's what happens.
But our teams are ready, so let's bring you guys game 3, an authentic 4v4 match too of Schellendorf tower control.
Hopefully. E-Leader versus V-Jet and Ballpoint. So E-Leader does have the range advantage, just has to make sure they can get the shots down. And of course that the double back range is going to come out for Kraken United. It looks like that Kraken United did get the initial man advantage there and is already pushing the tower. We see maybe this K-Sheen trying to go for an off angle on the tower here. Missiles come out, Booyah comes out. There is someone behind the tower, and like I said, I'm pretty sure it's K-Sheen and someone else. Yeah, okay, K-Sheen just went back on top. So there was still someone taking that off angle, so it was really nice to take to shift their aim, and they were able to stop tower there.
Yeah, Kraken United did a good job just kind of breezing past that first checkpoint, getting all the way to 67. Tower is now going to be going back to mid, as it looks like Shiverme Feeders, they do have a little bit of map control as they're pushing some of these Kraken United players out. Now, 2 of them are up on the roof, but that is such a good spot to be in to kind of protect and prevent members of Shiverme Feeders getting past this first checkpoint. So Shiverme Feeders, they were pretty close. They got to it, got to 88. And now tower is back at mid, but again, just no clear control. This could be a good push for Shiverme Feeders, as they did have a 2-player advantage. Can they get past this first checkpoint? 3 players now down for Kraken United. And Shiverme Feeders now past this first checkpoint. Can they get past the 67 mark? And they have 3 specials ready. It looks like they are now going to be using some rain, using some missiles, using some armor, doing a really good job as they approach this second checkpoint.
The machine downing pressure on the Ballpoint while the Jet's taking the other side, trying to maybe see if they can stall that tower, but that was really good special usage on the side of Shiverme Feeders, and they were able to catch out the 2 ranged weapons there. E-Leaders taking the tower. This is a really solid push looking here as they cleared that hard checkpoint there and choke.
And now Shiverme Feeders trying to get past this 3rd and final checkpoint. They do, breezing on by. We're going to be seeing some missiles from Kraken United. I don't know if it'll be enough, but it's just the E-Leader who's alive. So they got all the way down to 16, which is really nice. E-Leader's now going to be jumping out. And we have just about halfway remaining in time for Kraken United to kind of make their own counter push. And they are able to take the tower for a little bit. Back at mid, they do have some specials that they are using right now, as they need to push forward and spot these Shiverme Feeders members. It looks like most of them are up on the glass, doing a really good job playing some defense.
I'd hear taking 2v2s. Nice shot by the leader here. Leader winning against both range here. This leader accepted the challenge. Like, okay, they're probably going to bring the 2 range, we had predicted as well at the beginning, and is getting their shots and just keeping a lot of control, making it difficult here for Kraken United's 2 backlines to get something done, because I'm seeing them both go down relatively frequently here when they're trying to make something happen.
And now Kraken United back on the tower once again, able to use some specials, and it looks like they do have more paint control. But again, Shiverme Feeders just doing a good job just playing a little bit of defense. They know they have a little bit of wiggle room that they can use for them, trying to get a few of these picks, now pushing up. Tower is now neutral. Members of Shiverme Feeders back at mid, trying to get some of these players behind these walls. And Kraken United members, they've been doing a really good job just using the splat walls for their team. It's been really amazing, and the rest of the teammates using it too. So Tower is still not contested yet, as now
that was a nice booyah bomb.
Very nice booyah bomb with 3 players that went down on Shiverme Feeders. So this can be Kraken United's opportunity, as we have about 1 minute remaining. They are now approaching their second checkpoint again.
We see the Jet and the ballpoint taking a couple different angles here. Rain coming out. They're just trying to hold the one side. Can this ballpoint get the pickup machine? Yes, it can. Someone does come up behind and gets the ballpoint, though. K-Shot doing a nice here, stopping that down. And just painting up. They almost have their missiles, so 38 seconds left. This is looking pretty solid for Shiverme Feeders right now.
That's right, and I mean, just having 30 seconds left, having a 3-player advantage momentarily, and being up by quite a bit, it's going to be nice. The problem is, there aren't really many checkpoints left. If you're Shiverme Feeders, there aren't many checkpoints for Kraken United that they have to get to, just that 3rd one. So it's going to be hard if they do take control of the tower. But look, Shiverme Feeders, look how many specials they had. They had all 4 of them. They're going to be using this at the last second to prevent Kraken United from getting on the tower. Let's see what happens here in the last few seconds. Kraken United's still on. They're still on.
There's a splashdown coming in, and Booyah Bomb trying to push back. It is a 2v2 right now. Lampet trying to do what they can to maybe get a pick here. They do get 1, they do get 2, and that's... ta-da! As 1 comes in the tower.
Lampet's double there at the end just really sealed the deal for Shiverme Feeders. Good job for them for winning game 2.
Just, what is it? The comp pick that Shiverme Feeders there was very, very well chosen against what Kraken United would have bring. Like I said, I was predicting they probably went TC Schellendorf because they were going to bring in the double back line. What do? They bring an E-leader, and that is really hard to fight on glass, speaking from experience.
Oh yeah,
but
there's nowhere to hide.
You find your ways around it, and a lot of times you want that extra, you want that teammate to, and like another teammate to have something to displace. They did have the missiles, but I'm not too sure how much the missiles were going to displace, because they were getting picked off relatively there. The E-leader was getting the 2v1 picks on those 2 backline ranges. So that also put them at an advantage, and I did see them go down a couple times, especially like when a flank did pull out there, because we did see the K-Shot come in around and get a couple flanks as well. So it's just definitely keep an eye on there. Like, I do get their coordination there. They just were fighting the one weakness on that one for sure, and just not getting the displacement they needed to fully take advantage of what that comp can bring.
That's right, and we are sticking with tower control, but we are going to a different map this time. We are going to Anchovy Games. So I would say this is kind of similar to Schellendorf with the playstyle. What would you say?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. They just don't have the upper area. Now it's all down below, so I'm not too sure if they're going to actually stick with the double range, or if they are going to change it up a little bit like they did in Clan Blitz. I can see them doing the double range on this one, and I think it will be a little more beneficial for this one, because the ballpoint can actually go up a little more on this map and have a little more impact. Same with the Jet. They both play kind of similarly, just with 1 charges. Yeah, we'll just see what they have here, because it looks like it's basically range comp versus a bit shorter, but Shiverme Feeders is taking a lot of off angles that Kraken United does have to recognize.
Yeah, that's true. And having, Shiverme Feeders, if they continue to play like a double backline comp, Kraken United, they are going to have to just have really sneaky flanks. And it's kind of a double-edged sword with having a stage like this with fans, where it's a predictable flank. It's probably the most predictable flank of any game, but it can be hard to pull off.
Here we go into TC Anchovy, or as some people like to call it alternatively, Anko 5. I love calling it Anko 5.
Yeah.
And they bring the squeezer back, and Bamboo coming out on the side of Shiverme Feeders. Bamboo tries coming back as well. That is the one with Splat Bomb and Rain, I believe. And then the V-Jet, Foil Squeezer 52. We've got some pretty nice comps here.
Yeah, I would say so too. Not a ton of range. I mean, the Squeezer can definitely do some things, and we will see that from the Bamboo as well. But again, just switching up from the no charger, no height, no splatling, it's going to be a little bit, maybe a more aggressive playstyle here. As now, Shiverme Feeder is able to get on the tower for just a split second. I don't know if that was on purpose or if they just needed a place to go. We're going to be seeing a Booyah Bomb being thrown in front of the tower, but still nobody has gotten splatted yet.
Yeah, it is still a very neutral game. We've seen a bunch of specials go out. We've got the V-Jet's already launched 2 missiles, along with 2 armors have just been popped. So it's still a neutral game. No one getting the initial pick, but it looks like someone's trying to go in and be aggressive here, but is getting caught out by these bubbles. And the Squeezer with the first pick of the game after like a minute
into the game. That's crazy. Again, just shows how both of these teams are now figuring out each other's playstyle. They want to be really careful with this.
Hold on. How? How do people get away with these?
Man, I would love to know as well. And that's just helping Kraken United pushing up this tower. The Tri-Slosher... I have no idea. That's absolutely crazy.
I feel like every time I'm on the mic, something like that always happens. And like, there's no one game.
Yeah, but look how much control now Kraken United has, able to push up this tower all the way up to 31, breezing past 2 checkpoints now. They did a really good job just painting everywhere.
They got it was a really nice push off, and I mean, what is it? Lampin did try to stop that a little bit, but they didn't get a pick out of it, which is unfortunately a loss on their part. If they did get a pick out of it, it would have been a little more impactful. But the push was able to go in that favor. However, it's going reverse right now. Specials were coming out. Lampin getting stuck again. We see the K-Shot trying to come to the side, maybe put in a little bit of work, but is splat out. Does get splatted in the end by the range. And Kraken United able to defend and pushing these last 2 members in mid. They do also get another pick on someone jumping in trying to flee. So that's 3 down on Shiverme Feeders. Kraken United looking really strong here now as they're pushing up here. They're jumping in. They're all together now. They do have armor at the ready, so this is pretty solid for them. They do pop it, as we see Lampit here looking for a pick. The Bamboo popping one of the armors. Squeezer trying to take Fan here.
Yeah, what I love what Kraken United did is they armored right when the tower got above on the top platform, because they knew, like, hey, I'm on the tower, I need to have armor as well. This is going to be our best opportunity. And unfortunately, they couldn't get past their 31 mark that they had. And we see kind of a long 1v1 with the Foil Squeezer winning it. Now tower is back on the side of Kraken United, trying to get up on that platform once again. They did have a 1-player advantage, now going to be losing the tower. Some armor once again going to be used by Kraken United. And we now are going to see some rain by Lamp as they are going to be pushing forward. And they need to take control of mid and get a few picks before they try to push up this tower too far.
Shiverme Feeders needs to just kind of definitely use their specialist coordination here, going in together. But Lampit going in here, just going into it like a 3v1, ends up getting 2 picks though. That was both scary but amazing at the same time. It's like you need to work together. All of a sudden, 1v3? Hello? But however, they do have the tower pushing. They got the Booyah Bomb to come out, missiles coming out. Now they're pushing together. It was a sacrifice worth being made, as lead could be contested here.
That's the right tower is so close to getting. Look at the nice triple. Look at the nice triple from the Squeezer, able to prevent Shiverme feeders from getting past its second checkpoint. That is going to be crucial in this last minute of the game.
The Squeezer putting in a lot of good work here with controlling the areas. They're winning their fights in the corners. They're adding a lot of pressure. The range from this team is once again showing that it's being very impactful, especially in these like straight areas. Even from down below, they can shoot up onto the street and just control the area, because I saw Lampet struggling with it earlier, but able to find their way through. There is like 5 seconds left in this game. Overtime's going to happen. Lampet trying to go in once again. I don't know if they have much follow-up. One did go down. They do have follow-up now. That's good. They do have tower. Overtime has started. Booyah Bomb does come up by the tower, but it pushes them off.
The players drop down.
Two of the players drop down. Tower is being contested. 2 members down.
That's three players down. That is game. So Kraken United able to save the day, winning game 4, tying it up 2-2, and we are going into a game 5.
Yet again!
Oh my goodness.
Gosh.
So both of these teams prior to this set played a game 5 in their second round. So man, there's just so much Splatoon that is being played by these teams. Will we see? I don't think we can see a tower control counter pick. That kind of makes me happy. So it's going to be something different. And I don't know about you, but I kind of want to see some claim blitz again.
Well, it is Shiverme's feeder's pick, so they can't pick Clam Blitz. It's going to be Splat Zones or Rainmaker. And we'll see what kind of goes on from that one. I can see them potentially picking Splat Zones again, because that was going nicely in their favor to begin with. But again, it was just towards the end where they lost their... Oh my god! Okay, I was like, okay, so it was originally picked when we were choosing map here. I said, oh my god, because the streamer picked Albacore. I'm like, are we actually doing this again, the run back? But no, it is Zones Inkblot. It is Zones
Inkblot. So we are once again getting Inkblot. Unfortunately, it's not tower control. So I'm happy to be the Inkblot though.
But yeah, Zones Inkblot. Okay, yeah, this is going to be. I can picture this going similar to the start of the last game. It's going to be neutral until that one pick goes down. All of a sudden, boom! Someone's going to try to move in, or someone's going to try to take the first move, and it might not go in their favor, and that's what gives the other team the advantage. It goes in one of 2 ways. So it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. And with this one having. Basically, the far wing and the stack is kind of their cover. It's a little harder to just charge in and get something done like that, like on the fan on Anchovy. So the specials are going to be very key, how the bombs are going to be placed, or if they're going to get caught out in that corner like we saw on the last set, where a single bomb in the corner can do a lot. Even though there isn't a stack there, it's still an area that you can get caught out with bombs in, especially if you don't see it around the corner. So yeah, this is definitely a bomb favored map.
Yeah, just bombs can poke out of nowhere with this the tower just kind of being in the middle, and it's a very different type of stage than what we saw in the game 1 with new Albacore Splat Zones. Not as big, and the zone it just kind of has this obstacle in the middle, so you can't see the entire zone no matter where you're standing.
Opting for pretty similar comps here, although we got the it looks like the armor buckets coming out, so double armor. Is that double missile too?
Double armor, believe double missile, yeah, curling bomb missile.
Double armor, double missile on the side of Shiverme feeders. And then we got the Booyah Bomb, the bubbles, the armor, the missiles, a little more of a variation on the other side. However, I do know double armor, double missile can be very annoying on Splats.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially on this map.
So we are going to see some specials being used already, but no cap just yet. And with that said, Kraken United is going to be taking their first cap as they have a player advantage. 2 players down on Shiverme feeders, and they are doing a really good job just not letting Lampet in. I believe the Jet Squelcher is up on top in mid there, and now they're going to be trying to use some armor of their own to push in. But again, just really good special usage by Kraken United. They are trying to hold on to the zone. We do see a flank there by the K-Shot. Can they get in? Throwing a suction bomb, but no, having to back out, having to retreat. Who's going to win that 1v1? It looks like it will be for Kraken United, but it's now 2-2.
Yeah, Kraken United decided to be a little bit more quicker this game, and they got that initial 2 down as they did a pair rush forward and got that 2 down in their advantage. And then since then, they've been winning a lot of their fights that they've been going into.
They have, and they still are holding on to this zone just barely by a thread. Is it going to be capped by Shiverme feeders? It is, giving 63 penalty points for Kraken United as they don't have a player advantage anymore. Shiverme feeders already pushing up. Once again, Lamp was very quick to just trying to push up and start this lockout phase. Able to stay alive there. Very nice maneuvering. I thought that they're going to slip the spec cam moment, I guess.
This is something we've seen Lampet do throughout the entire time. Lampet loves to hug these walls, and it is a big thing for frontliners to find this safety on walls, because then you can just pop up and go peekaboo, and then just get your target. But Shiverme feeder's getting 2 down there. They're still holding zone really nicely. Bubble's trying to come out and maybe put some work in. They do get a splat. Words just did not want to come to me there.
So right now, Shiverme feeder is able to cap once again, still have no penalty points. This might be enough for them to take the lead as they have a player advantage. Shiverme feeders now has a lead, still up 4 players to 3. Kraken United trying to push in. Can they push in? Shiverme feeders now pushing up, 3, 2, and 1. Looks like this will be going to Shiverme feeders.
What a comeback set there. Again, it was Shiverme feeders counter pick. It looked rough for them at the beginning, but they managed to finally come back in and get the picks they needed and get what they wanted done. So very nice coming back there on Shiverme feeders.
Shiverme feeders moving on to winners finals, and they will be playing team pickup. So the most descriptive name that we could probably have here in the Low Ink February 2022, but that one's gonna be a good one.
And I think that's it for us as well, right?
Yeah, that is it for us. So Devi, it was a pleasure doing rounds 1, 2, and 3 of day 2 of Low Ink with you. What are your final thoughts based on these matches?
Oh my goodness, this is probably one of the most hyped Low Inks that I've seen in a bit there, with just everything coming down to the wire at the final game. Like, this is going to be great. Make sure you guys stay and watch the rest of this. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, Devi, where can we all reach you?
Hi, you can find me on Twitter at DeviDoovie or on Twitch at Devi_Doovie. Of course, you know I give all the Hydra gameplay and, of course, all of the footage from the grillers. So that's where you see me. And Falco, how about you? You also got some big stuff coming up as well.
Yeah, so you can follow me on Twitter, FalcoFlyer11. I also stream on Twitch pretty often at FalcoFlyer. And we have 2 wonderful commentators who will be joining us very soon, or going to be joining you guys, I should say. That is going to be Popgun and 9-Hole Grains. So you guys don't want to miss that. You guys stay tuned. We have the winners finals coming up next.
in the nightmare right here and come back in overtime. Lois desperately trying to hold on. Saucy Boy has the missiles to work with, but they're running out of time. Overtime started with the basket open. Hayden going in, landing a splash down, not getting any splats. Access denied, running right through. Time runs out. Time runs out. They had it, but just didn't have enough time.
They're just, the Nautilus is installed. And since they took the lead, that is what they wanted the entire
That's a
time.
wipe.
It is a wipe. They're going on the home stretch here. It's just the Squiff are left alive. The Rays coming out. They have the tower secured. It's just the.
He needs to get down. He needs to get down. Oh, you got. Where's Adam? Adam's on the slip. Adam's going to be jumping out.
And the Squeezer with the first pick of the game after like a minute.
A minute into the game. That's crazy. Again, just shows how both of these teams are now figuring out each other's play style. They want to be really careful with this.
Hold on. How do people get away with these?
Not as many armors as you would get with a spammy weapon, but you can bet those armors will be used well. We've got the fizzies as well on that kit, so that's going to be really, really nice for making paths and clearing the area. Already, though, we've got Clownfish here taking a pretty aggressive style. This try here getting a nice double over these ledges, getting a triple. What a way to start off that.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink, February 2022. I am Popgun, joined at the microphone by the 9-Hole Grains. 9, you have commentated some pretty notable stuff in the past, but you've never seen anything like what you're about to see here with Low Ink. You're going to see some competitive, weird stuff that a lot of people in the community love to see.
I'm really looking forward to it. If that last set was any indication, I'm going to thoroughly enjoy my time here. And I thank you for having me on. Seriously, it's I've been wanting to commentate a low ink for quite a while, and I'm really happy that y'all reached out to me. So it's going to be a good afternoon.
That's what the hopes are for us, at least. A few people trying to hope to have a good afternoon as well. Pickup versus Shiverme Feeders. Now, Pickup is, of course, the cursed name, one of the worst names you can name yourself in this community, regardless of what the tournament is. However, I can tell you guys that this is mostly the team Emptiness, which made Alpha Bracket like 5 or 6 low inks ago. So it's not like these players, you might not recognize these players for Pickup, but they are familiar with the low ink scene. Of course, Shiverme Feeders needs no introduction. The team that did the fusion dance with the Shiverme Inklings and the literally feeding team coming together to make this Shiverme Feeders team that finished in 3rd place last month, looking to get more than just a bronze medal this time around.
Yeah, it should be a great set, and it's always nice when you get to see a team coming straight from semis and just watch their journey and document it all the way throughout. Starting here on Piranha Pit Splat Zones, you told me we were going to get some weird stuff, and I can't think of a map mode combination that promotes more weirdness than this one right here.
Well, I guess it just kind of depends on, well, there you go, right off the bat. An X-Splosh makes its appearance here. You know, I've seen people use X-Splosh here. I don't really know why. I mean, it's a good painting weapon for sure. But you got look at the speed and mobility coming out from the side of the Pirates there. You got to think if they can find a way to get through this very slow comp on the side of Pickup, they can find a way to get a lot of paint and picks.
Yeah, it's going to be a really difficult job for this end zap here. A lot of times when you pull together a K-Pro and a Splatling to try to move up together, oftentimes they need like both a little bit of paint to move around here and kind of play almost that battle rifle role. So it's really going to be on the end zap to do that. And like you said, just too much speed here. The more boxes you have to check off to get your comp rolling, it can be that much more difficult to do it consistently. But you know, to their credit, the comp's doing its job, which is holding exactly where they are right now, and it's certainly going to be difficult to move the explosion to change that.
Pickup able to get control of the zone and put some penalty points on the side of Shiverme Feeders. On a map like this, any penalty point seems like an eternity because it's so hard to score here. Lead going into the favor of Pickup as they're able to get a few splats as well. Kyle to able to take care of the K-Pro, and again, kind of backside bomb there, kind of picking off on that right side. So yeah, things kind of stalled out a little bit here. But if you have control of the zone and you don't have any penalty points, that's really your time to strike because it's so hard to get any consistent points here. You sneeze on the zone and everything just stops.
Yeah, and that was actually a huge pick there by Fishney there because that's the one spot, that back part of the map, where you kind of have to force your way through with a special or something like that because there's so many avenues that if you dip in too deep, you can get pincered for. So to be able to take it out with a ranged weapon is going to make it all the easier. It does look like they were able to kind of throw aside that initial push here and limit some of the damage, but this is the danger zone here. Now, we're not going to see nearly as much effectiveness from this Explosion here, and at some point, they're going to have to get a little heavy-handed if they want to push back in.
Yeah, and I mean, they're using the specials, which are kind of working in their advantage right now. Okay, now, the Inkjet, very doing a good job from Nico, getting a double. I was about to say, you kind of pointed out, they had him pushed back, but they do have more range to work with outside of the bamboo from the Pirates, which is what they're really going to have to rely on, considering the heavy lack of paint that they got going here. But so far, Pickup's able to get the more splats that they need.
It's a great point, and a lot of people think of range as sort of a passive sit back here, but if you're able to position that, it just means that the opponent's going to have to back way up if they want to keep defending, and at some point with the rest of this comp, someone's going to be able to find a way to sneak through. And I love the decisiveness here to try to get rid of this Explosher, but the Explosher, wait, nobody knows where they went. The jump out there, distracting 2 people, and now we're kind of back into a neutral situation. Disappeared right off the bat.
Houdini is at the Piranha Pit. Somehow the Pirates able to get back control of zone. Pirates really struggling to get splats right now. 3 players with just 1 KA each, and we were already 3 minutes into this match. The other players only got 2, so they're doing a good job of focusing objective, but until they get the splats that they need, they're not going to hold on long enough, and finally 2 players go down for Pickup. This is the Pirates' first real legit opportunity to get a sustainable lead.
Yeah, and this is the big thing. Look, immediately they're shifting over to the right so that nobody can jump in. They understand they don't have the range to contest this side, but this is where Nico's Inkjet launched from last time when it got that double. Gonna go ahead and try to find another pick here. Hits one, but the armor's gonna allow them to get away. No picks for that. That was 2 specials. A third one coming in right now to be able to hold it through that, just barely losing it. And actually, a couple are going down here. They were so focused on trying to hold that zone and counter the specials that I think at least 2 members were able to slide up the middle. What a clean pick!
I would have liked to see Fishney fly away to get out of there, because now you're a little bit staggered waiting for that teammate to spawn back in to get into a 4v4 situation. Penalty points almost gone for pickup. Shiverme does have the specials to work with right now, but 1 minute remaining. Can they do enough to stall the zone right now and ultimately cap it? Myron jumping into the zone, and they do, taking care of the K-Pro in the process. And but another one of these Inkjets, 6th Inkjet already by Nico, and each one of them has been very deadly.
It has, and you know, the development of the Nautilus gameplay is a very painful landing there. I remember when the Nautilus was first kind of developing at a high level, people just used it for the picks and you'd see 1 or 2 specials. That's not the case anymore. People have learned how to paint with that thing. 8 or 9 Inkjets, not uncommon to see. And we're seeing that again here. And I think when you're in this position, especially when you don't have your own drop, you sort of have to rely on that to make a play. And it's a scary position to be, but as you pointed out, Popgun, with this comp, they don't really have much of a choice.
15 seconds left to go here. The Pirates have the lead, but they're trying to hang on to the zone. Ultimately able to do that just now. Trades going back and forth between both teams. Plasma trying to land this baller into the zone to call it, and they do get it into the favor of Pickup. But I don't think they have enough bodies left around, especially with that X-Splosh, to cap both zones and keep all time going. But they get a pick in the zone. But again, all it takes is one little sneeze to slow things down. This is going to be a very lengthy comeback with 20 penalty points to go. The N-Zap goes down. Kuro working around this left side, trying to take care of this Inkjet that's been a thorn in the side all day long. Able to get the pick into the zone. Yes, 3 players going down. Surely that will do it. And it wasn't easy for the Pirates. And when you look at the KAs here, it's not going to look like Shiverme was the team that actually won. But they got the paint down when it mattered the most and able to clutch out game 1.
Yeah, great composure, and right there at the end, I think that the N-Zap there, Monkey, who put up a very respectable stat line there with 8 armors contributing to the cause, maybe went just a little bit too hard to try to take out that Bamboozler. The chase took away, way away from the zone, and beyond that, as we kind of said at the start of the game, was the only weapon that could really paint kind of that burst paint. We, of course, know what the Explosher is able to do once it gets set up, but you would have certainly liked that back towards the zone, maybe build up another armor in those clutch moments at the end. But again, credit to the Pirates, as you said, to kind of run into a brick wall for most of the game and still find a way to get it done. Great way to open this set.
I think that's more credit to that map. I'm not convinced that we're going to see the same kind of comps going forward from either team. Maybe the Pirates specifically, but with Pickup, a team we're all obviously kind of learning together. They haven't been on stream so far. I would assume they're going to do something a little bit different, especially now they're picking Rainmaker, Manta Maria. But I mean, their comp, that map in general, yeah, splat zones, obviously you got to put a lot of paint down anyways, but on a map like Piranha Pit, where there's just so much area to paint in general, where you can have like a normal weapon get like 20k painted with just anything. But on a map and mode like this, the playstyle is going to be completely different. So I'm assuming Pickup is going to be doing... I don't think we're going to see that X-Splosh again, but I think their more midline heavy comp is going to work out a little bit better here.
Yeah, and on the top side there, it looks like Shiverme Feeders is going to be changing up their lineup as well. I know the audience can't quite see into the lobby yet, but it does look like Lampet has been swapped in, the slosher extraordinaire from those last games. And really, anytime a big push got started, that was because Lampet was kind of trailing ahead. And they utilized a really nice double armor strategy for the majority of their games here. And I think whenever you have a player who's capable and willing more than anything to just run up and try to break up a defense before it can get set up, it's really going to pay big dividends, especially in a map like this where you can set up your defenses from pretty much anywhere.
And your defense is going to be set up by Corona coming in with the Octobrush, Kinsa Octobrush with the hammer. We saw Corona come in on the same map and mode last month off of the bench. I don't think they've been playing all day long. Actually came in for Lampert, the Tri-Slosher, last time as well. So Corona, very effective here last month. We'll need to see that again if the Pirates want to find a way to get 2-0 up here. 30 seconds gone. Nobody's even sniffed the Rainmaker yet.
No, but Plasma's going to have a chance to really break this open here, and the armor once again coming in clutch. You saw that they had actually snuck Plasma in behind there, and they had two members sort of stuck from those mid-ranges that you were talking about there earlier. And if Plasma was able to crash in at the right time, that could have been 2, potentially 3, and a special to go along with it. So great job there, just enough survivability to kind of keep what could have been a bad situation pulled together. But this push is getting started now. Some early points here. They're going to sniff it out right here, right before the Booyah Bomb lands, thankfully. But you can already tell the strategy here. Push it up, keep up the pressure. In a dangerous position, eventually your opponent will crack.
Yeah, I don't know too many players who can use X-Splosh and Sploosh 7 at a high level. Those two weapons are about as far from each other as it could possibly get. But now you got 3 specials ready. You got a Splash Down. You got a Hammer ready to go by Corona, who's trying to get in a good spot here. It's a double! Smacks in the face, and that's going to be lead, although not a huge one. This Hammer could shut down everything. That Hammer saved a huge push that could have come out from the Pirates.
Might have been the game. The pressure's not altogether gone here. You can see K-Machine gonna stay here and try to make a play happen, not jumping out quite in time, so this should be at least a little bit of mid-control, but you're not lying, Pop Gun. That might have been game right there, because there was another Hammer that would have been able to crash into the middle as well.
3 minutes left to go. Essentially a tie game at this point, which, like we kind of mentioned, Pickup should be thrilled that it's only 59 remaining. They got all 4 of their specials ready to go, and trying to get control of the enemy bunker is Plasma yet again, being just a nuisance with this Sploosh 7. Takes a bad turn, somehow corrects though, is able to get 2 players down. Should have been splatted along the right side. The Monkey's going to get lead, and probably a whole lot more than this. That's possibly a KO. Corona being the last player left alive shuts it down for now, but 6 points remaining. That is a damning score here.
And I remember when Sploosh 7 was really coming alive. I know FLC talked about this. Some people call it the Australian School of Splatoon as a result. But it's a very simple premise, right? If you are fast, eventually the opponent will be out of position. You will pop quickly. You will get points that you probably wouldn't have if you were a little slower. And there you go. That's what it looks like. And this map, especially with its natural geography that can defend you from long-range weapons at times. I mean, that was what? Like maybe only 2 people down, kind of a stagger with only 1 person down? They got it all the way to the goal just because of the speed.
Yeah, why do you need 2 Sploosh 7s? 1 gets the job done just fine. Stalled game out right now. A lot of specials online for the Pirates, and they're only going to need to get a lot of splats with these things. Taking down this Inkjet would be nice, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough considering there's armor on that Inkjet. Corona trying to work through the street with the Hammer. It gets taken down. Very nice kind of maneuver there by Monkey, able to kind of shut down that Hammer, and things just kind of stalled out right now, and that's going to work out into the advantage of emptiness. Let's just say Pickup until one of them exploded at the top of the bunker. So man advantage right now on the side of the Pirates.
Yeah, we love those cheat picks, and I like the idea that Monkey has just gone in there understanding that the Booyah Bomb was going to kind of keep that Rainmaker from moving forward. You saw at the start of that push, as it does look like there's still a lot of control on the map for Yellow here, but you saw that they tried to use the Stingray there to open up the push, maybe pull some people off of bunker so that if they drop down, that Hammer was going to be able to sweep them up. But I think it got maybe a little distracted going after the Inkjet there, wasn't quite able to push it. So you can see what the game plan is, and it's a really sound strategy. It's just going to be a matter of execution at this point.
Yeah, when they're down this much, I think what they're trying to do is we need to make a hero play to just get a massive push going right here. And they're kind of in a position to do just that. They're way up into the enemy base. One player getting taken down. Yet another Inkjet. This time it gets canceled, but takes care of the Rainmaker on top of it. And Plasma around the right side survives. Just one player left alive, and honestly is in kind of a cheeky spot. If players can jump to that K-Machine, they can get something going here.
I mean, they can, but I love the fact that Plasma... Yeah, Plasma didn't try to grab the Rainmaker here. Very patient, understanding that even if there was a hero play to grab the Rainmaker there, they were going to have a lot of points they had to get. And Nico's Inkjet there, stopping the Rainmaker in that spot and allowing Plasma to get up there. I mean, we know that the Sploosh 7 perpetually has Hammer. It just spawns with Hammer no matter, what its special is supposed to be. And I think that picks buying just enough time for that Hammer to get up there ensured that they were not going to be able to get a cheeky pop. sometimes if a pop happens, there's a lot of fighting going around, and the strongest weapon in the game is the Rainmaker shield, but not even a chance for that to happen. A very controlled game, and I mean, that's what counterpicks do for you, folks. You bring in a Sploosh 7, you go to Rainmaker on a map where you feel like you can take advantage of your speed, and lo and behold, it happens exactly as you'd hoped.
And the official JPEG Player of the Game award goes out to Plasma on that one. I mean, you talk about only 8 splats, but each one of those splats was massive, including the one that shut down the Pirates' push initially when they were the last player left alive with the hammer, and started their push that got them the huge lead, getting the double in the enemy side of the map, paving the way for that 6-point remaining push right there. Yeah, I'm assuming that's why they picked it, so that they could use that as opposed to the X-Splosh there. Wise choice. Now, if you are Shiverme feeders and you have the option to pick here, and keep in mind this is still a best of 5. The counter pick rules are you can't go back to the map and mode you've already won on in the set. So Splat Zones is off the table. I don't think there's any other Piranha Pit map this month, so that's not a worry. But they are going to go with Clam Blitz on Humpback Pump Track. I'm assuming so they can bring their Tri-Slosher back out, considering Corona has subbed out as well.
Yeah, it's a good fit, and I think that, especially just watching the way that they played some of their last set, they were clearly best once the ball got rolling. They were able to kind of crash in there again, use double armor to kind of sneak in through, a little bit of chip damage here, and I think that using that in conjunction with very timely missile play was, it's a pretty sound strategy. It's arguably the most popular strategy in the meta right now, so I think Calamblitz here, especially if you feel like you can separate the team, or the enemy team, you feel like you're a little bit quicker, it's again pretty good, but at the same time here, seeing what they were able to counterpick to and what they were able to switch their comp to might be a little difficult to get a read on them, especially if you haven't played them head-to-head enough times.
And now we kind of pointed this out in years past, but when you're in a best of 5 like this, winning game 1 so critical because all you got to do is win your counter picks and you're going to be fine. So this is basically a must-win situation for the Pirates if they want to find a way to get into grand finals without having to go through the losers bracket. So this is a very critical pick for them. Clam Blitz at Humpback Pump Track. And again, I'm assuming we're going to see a Slosher come back out. Yep. And sticking with that bamboo as well. And Plasma saying, I can get it done with the X-Splosh as well. X-Splosh kind of working out pretty good here. But the problem is that baller, literally the slowest baller in the entire game.
Yeah, and I mean, we called it right away, immediately. It's going to be double missile, double armor here. So, I mean, there's a reason everyone's using this right now and everyone's complaining about it right now. It is because it works. And there's just so much chip damage that happens. It comes from all the areas, and eventually you just lose track of where the attacks are coming from. And you can already see right here, Mayu moving up, backing up here a little bit, now rotating all the way around. We're going to pop up an armor. We're going to just wait out this little ink jet here. We've got enough map. We've got clam control. Eventually, someone's going to stick their head out, and we'll be able to take control.
Both teams have been arguably kind of passive this entire set. We haven't seen, any massive or mammoth KAs from any player up to this point, other than an in-zap in game 1 of the losing team. So it's just more so, you arguably can understand that there are some nerves going on. This is winners finals. Both teams have not been on this kind of stage yet before. Shiverme Feeders finished in 3rd place last time. But, I mean, right now, I think one player has 2 KAs, and it's been a minute and 15 seconds. Those missiles going to help out a lot. But it's not like too many teams are trying to throw as many punches right now.
Yeah, and I mean, to your credit, looking at your opposing comp, you see that there's a K-Pro over there, you see there's a Nautilus over there, an X-Splosh, and you're like, okay, these weapons are made to make my life very difficult if I'm a short-range shooter or a slosher. So you can kind of understand the trepidation, but I agree with you where, at some point, if you're trading paint, trading specials back and forth, 2 minutes in, nobody's scored yet, if they're just going to wait for you to run in at them, at some point you do kind of have to be a bit heavy-handed here. Try to make a play. It does look like they are going to rush in there in conjunction with the armor and the missiles. That is the game plan, and that's going to be 2 down. They're certainly going to get a score here, and maybe a whole lot more depending on how they move.
Yeah, they have control of that lower side of the basket, and all the arcing weapons are down. Now starting to spawn back in. Fishney in a very annoying spot as well, keeping the enemy distracted. Fishney could stay alive a little bit longer. That might have created a little bit more distraction, but now it looks like Pickup should be able to clean up all the players. And now, honestly, a very good push from the side of the Pirates because they didn't lose too many players in the process, so that means they can at least contest mid and not give it up for free. So all around, a huge dub of a push right there for the Pirates.
Yeah, absolutely a great dub of the push. And, it really came off the back of finally there was a moment here for Pickup to try to make a push in, and then they kind of realized, oh wait, you're right, we don't have the most mobile comp here. We only have one true painter here. The Explo's gonna have a hard time catching up, and then suddenly they started running into the same problem for a completely different reason. They didn't quite have the speed to keep up with the control. And so now the onus is on them to try to solve a problem. The last time they tried to solve it, they kind of gave up their control simply because they were trying to push.
Yeah, and I wonder if you're Shiverme, well, now you got 2 players down, so now you have to move now if you're a Pickup. Monkey probably going back here to pick up this power clam to jump right in, but the player who they could have jumped to gets splatted, and that splat's going to shut down this whole push because they don't even have control of mid.
Yeah, and I like the idea that Monkey had there to try to go back for the push, but they didn't have control of the scoring zone here. It's kind of, an ambiguous term here, but essentially the area under the basket, if you don't have decent control of that, you might be able to get 1 push in, but it's going to cost you 2 people, and you're not going to get a lot in terms of scoring. So I think I would have liked to have seen Monkey stay up there and wait for somebody to respawn to grab that. You can saw how very, very quickly their carrier got smashed in that.
1 minute left to go. The goal for Pickup right now is just establish control of mid so that you can get your X-Blosher involved in the push. 4 players alive for each side. Most specials coming out from the side of Pickup. But again, no real... Okay, Might trying to make something happen with this Inkjet. Takes care of Fishney on the bamboo. I think 1 more player's behind him kind of camping that jump, and they do take care of the Nautilus, so that trade ultimately doesn't do anything because they don't have anything else to push up with that Inkjet.
Yeah, nothing else to push up, and you saw as soon as that Inkjet came out, there was an armor immediately. You've got 2 armors say, oh, there's the Inkjet, that's been the Thorn. Well, let me just push 1 button and kind of neutralize it here. It took essentially 2 directs to get through it, and it gave the rest of the team enough time to move up and punish that. And I'm agree with everything you're saying here, Popgun. It's so difficult for them to keep together. They keep getting separated here. That's the problem when you have a comp like this. There's more mobility. Look at this. They're just going to move up and keep scoring to try to keep the basket open here at the end. And with Mayu running one of the easier triples probably ever gotten, and it could have been a quad if the game had been on for a second longer.
Shiverme goes up 2-1. That's just a team that's way too comfortable, honestly, on that map. And honestly, they understood perfectly. It's like, okay, you can't take mid from us, and we got this huge lead. So we're going to make you make the move, and they just never made the move. Look at the bamboo, only 2 KA, but that's because they didn't have to do anything. They could just, you're not going to come up to us, so I'm not going to feed into you and lose the game. I'm going to make you try to win this game, and there just wasn't enough effort on Pickup to try to make the move to win that. Now, they get the counter pick. They can't go to Rainmaker. I'm assuming they want to do something more like tower control, where they can move with the objective maybe a little bit easier than something like Clam Blitz, where you need to have like map control of a good chunk of the map to get pushes happening. But yeah, they were just clearly not built for that map and mode.
Yeah, I agree, and that's what makes it a good counter pick, is you understand if the opponent is going with a slower comp that's going to have difficulty syncing up, teaming up for some of the bigger pushes that you need for a big Clam Blitz score. Hey, let's go to something that demands it from the opponent and see if they're up to the challenge. And there were moments there where, Nico got a double with an Inkjet to kind of open up control of mid. But if you need your Inkjet to get a double in order to gain mid, at a certain time, you can't ask much more. And just some other numbers there. That was 12 missiles and 11 armors. So when you can execute your game plan that easily, knowing that someone will have someone will have missiles and someone will have an ink armor, it's it feels a little better, I'll say.
Yes. You kind of pointed out that is the meta right now, and as frustrating as it might be to play against it, it's not unbeatable. It's certainly not unbeatable to play against. But when your comp is so slow and you're so dependent upon one kind of weapon to get everything going, yeah, when everybody's armored and you're constantly running from missiles that's difficult to dodge, yeah, it starts to eat away at you a little bit. Splat zones at main stage. They did not win the first Splat zone game, so this is a perfectly fine counter pick. But one that kind of screams that they're going to stick with the same kind of comp that they have been with the anchor and double midline thing.
Yeah, and that's going to be... I don't know. I mean, it's just looking at it from a very 10,000 foot level here. You've got a map where there's lots of flanks, a lot of angles that you can be attacked. And more than anything, if you're going to try to set up your mid lines at different spots, a kind of turret and hit the opponents as they come out, missiles are going to push you off of those spots. So I'm really curious to see if they're going to go with a swap here, if they saw something that they liked in their previous Splat Zones map, because there's going to be a lot of room to attack. And did Lambert just switch over to another missile weapon? Is this actually happening here? Oh my goodness gracious. Triple missile. Let's go, everybody.
And, well, they sacrificed one armor to do it, so the monkey paw curls. But, okay, I like the remix. This is a remix playground, and I'm sure they're where there's a person just standing there waiting patiently for the armor, still not going with it. They have to know you're there. They're staring right at you.
Meanwhile, both armor users saying, "Oh, come on! What? Why did I give you that? What was the point?"
Lampert going down, and all of a sudden, zone should go into the favor of pickup. But yeah, I like the adjustment of Plasma because you can do remix here. You can flank with a remix here very easily.
Oh yeah.
So that will help give them a little bit more aggression. Obviously, the Splash-O-Matic will help out as well for pickup.
And yeah, but somebody was going to get lost in that dance of missiles right there. A 2v1 going on the backside. Yururu's going to try to get just a little bit of action going on the zone, but you saw it had to kind of turn around and throw some bombs back because somebody had already gotten behind them and flanking them. And everybody, do you know whose side of the map we're on right now? Because they're kind of just playing as if the whole map is theirs. They've got 2 missiles up already, now 3 missiles, and that armor is going to come up very shortly too. They should be able to identify where any of these pushes are. And what is Plasma going to do to get into a relevant position to use that Booyah Bomb? If it's used from too far back, there's not going to be enough follow-up.
The same thing they've always done. Inkjet and Prey. But that time the Inkjet not getting anything. And the missile's coming out perfectly with the Booyah Bomb, but the Booyah Bomb gets the better end of it, taking care of the V-Jet and establishing control of mid. And now starting to clean up as the rest of the players as well. I think one player's kind of sharking around this left side. Yeah, it's Lampert. Able to get a splat or two. Ultimately gets taken down. Lampert trying to make a hero play. But all of a sudden, that Booyah Bomb worked out perfectly. And I'm kind of surprised it did. It must have just caught a player off guard.
Yeah, I think a combination of that and pushing from the right side, kind of zoning people into it here. You know, there's something to be said for using an Inkjet to kind of identify where the opponents are going and then kind of basing your attack on that. We often see it done with missiles, but I mean, hey, people are moving away from it, and look at this, a lead going the other way, and now with 2 people down, those missiles aren't going to be able to do a whole lot. Lambert kind of just trying to hide and assume that the attack can come from any side, but there's not a whole lot of time left, and this is the time where a lot of missiles can actually work against you here, especially this Booyah Bomb will eat them all for breakfast. This 5, 4, 3, 2, can they hold going back and forth, and finally crashing through at just the right moment. We've still got a game, folks.
That was just a lot of hell that rained from the sky right there. Booyah Bomb ultimately eating up a lot of bombs as well, but just I think they died in the zone. Ultimately, it was just too much to overcome there. But still, the Pirates still in this one. They don't have a lot of penalty points either. They're about to do some serious permanent damage right here. They have some missiles and their only armor to work with some more missiles ready to go. But all 4 specials online for the side of pickup, Bomb Rush included, and Booyah Bomb coming out right now at the same time. One player going down in the zone. Surely this will be enough to cap it, and they do. Nico trying to get a few more picks to clean up and sustain this push a little bit longer, not going to get it. So the zone will go right back. Man, 4 Inkjets, but only 3 Splats so far. Not a lot of Splats coming out at all from the side, yet again from pickup.
No, and you saw that time Limpet had actually kind of made an adjustment there, was actually behind Monkey, understanding that somebody was probably going to drop after that Booyah Bomb came down, try to utilize that and almost get a cheap pick there, but the armor was timed so well that they were actually able to keep 3 people alive. They had to back up so far, though, that it almost became a pseudo-wipe, and now, with just 10 seconds left here, there's the Booyah Bomb. This is the plan that's worked for them. Can they paint enough? They can! Somehow, they got enough people up there without getting any picks. You have to wonder, maybe if there was just a little hesitation to fire at the zone, they were trying to go for the picks, but, I mean, they can't get away with that a third time, surely.
And they're popping armor right now, which would suggest they're going to start pushing up right now. I didn't think they have the players online, but somebody was able to get a pick on the K-Shot. And yet another Booyah Bomb, the 6-1 from the Remix Plasma. Plasma gets taken down. It's 2v2. And now it's just one more player in the line, but they got Suction Bomb Rush. I don't know if they're going to be able to pop it in time to do something substantial here.
Wait a minute. They're jumping? No.
Yes.
My goodness.
The Pirates hold on, come back towards the end of the game, and they are moving on to Grand Finals. Third place last month, guaranteed at least first or second this time around.
And I'm not even going to bother counting the missiles here. It's a lot. That's all you need to know, but again, great mid-game responses there. We talked a little bit about Lampet understanding that if the Booyah Bomb is coming from back here, the Remix will eventually move up. I'll crash in on him when it happens. And then you saw once it did eventually move up there, they immediately went after the Booyah Bomb. The Booyah Bomb maybe a little bit overextended to be used at the end, but again, even though the lead was in favor of pickup there, the Pirates had controlled really the last 3 minutes of that game.
Shiverme feeders. Just honestly, over the course of that entire set, just looked like a more experienced team. The only real difference was just when Plasma came off of an anchor weapon and went with Sploosh 7 and made some kind of hero plays in that Rainmaker game, that they were able to get that one win off of Shiverme. But every other game besides that, it just looked like the Pirates were more experienced, played the games a little bit more smarter, knew when to push up and knew when to stay back, and when to hold on to their specials, when to fire them. They're looking like a team that we usually see win low ink. They got all the intangibles that you need. Now they just have to. Now we're going to find out how they handle the waiting game, because they're just going to have to chill for a little bit before we figure out who they go up against. With that being said, we're going to dip down into the losers bracket here, where a lot of name brand alpha bracket teams have already met their demise earlier in the day. So now we are left with just not your, but my Lag Paradise going up against Kraken United, the Div 2 runner-ups. Both teams, I was expecting Kraken United to be here. I'll be totally honest, my Lag Paradise, not so much. Easily a very strong team in their own right, but they've been knocking off some serious monsters along the way here. In fact, they lost in round 1 and have done nothing but win since then.
Oh, the deep losers run. You feel so hot, all the momentum going your way. You feel like you can take out anyone, and I mean, just even taking a glance at the numbers next to the teams that they've beaten here, some of the seeds, I mean, that's a 5 seed, that's a 1 seed, a 10 seed. The only team that they beat that was lower seeded than them was in losers round 1.
Who did they lose to? Who knocked them out here? That was, I can't see. Oh, they lost to Heaven's Infinity, and they just had the rematch.
Yeah, got the run back.
They got the run back 2-1, another best of 3 set. And it is worth noting, this is semifinals of losers bracket. This is best of 3, so no, you can't really mess around. You got to win game 1. You have to win your counter pick. But my Lag Paradise has been, let's see, they've been in 3 decisive games so far today, and they're 2-3 in them. Very pressure filled. It's not a fun run through low ink. It's very stressful, but as Lois proved last month, you can win a tournament after losing in round 1. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do, especially when you're going up against Kraken United, who we saw barely lose to the Pirates on stream the last set, and has taken off their revenge on a couple of these teams in losers bracket.
Yeah, and after seeing the display that Shiverme Feeders put on in winners finals, you get the sense that that set against Kraken United says a lot about the quality of play that Kraken United has, and certainly they got a 2-0 in their last set to move up to this, so they're feeling fine. They want the run back as much as anybody does, and I mean, what a great map and mode to start it on. So many great stories told here, mostly to the tune of, somebody rocking away with 15 KA and splats all around, but we love fighting in this game, so it's understood.
In my opinion, the final destination of Splatoon 2, Mako Mart at Splat Zones. MyLag Paradise, the beta bracket champions from last month, looking to add a alpha bracket title to their resume. Coming out here with double armor and a ballpoint. Beacons on this map, probably going to do good when you're pushing, not so much when you're the one trying to break out of a lockout.
Yeah, rain can be very, very strong here, especially if you know that the opponent is trying to set up. And as you saw right there, it plays at a very effective range from its own side of the map. And how about that? What a statement here to start off the game, Pop Gun. Get it again! Yes!
Clip it! We'll see that on Twitter later. The quad to open the game from the ballpoint Nouveau. Who needs beacons? The main weapon gets the job done itself. Hello, MyLag Paradise. Welcome to the stream.
Oh my goodness. I remember when that weapon was absolutely dominating. I was chatting with a very strong ballpoint Nouveau player who said, yeah, it doesn't have a special, it just has an ink refill. I just want to keep using its main weapon, and you can see why. And still pushing in here, Agent Octo's gonna get a chance for a flank, get 3, has about another 4, this might be game already. They're gonna have at least 1 special, potentially 2, to thrust away this final attack.
MyLag Paradise rocking right now. Several players feeling very comfortable and just lighting up this Kraken United team that is struggling for an answer right now, trying to build up some specials. Does have some missiles to work with, but 2 players go down. It's just going to be those missiles against 4 players. That's not going to get the job done. MyLag Paradise. Okay, I think I see why they've on a 4-match winning streak now. My goodness.
Good God almighty. And look, I get it. You get wiped 4-0 at the very start of the game. Your immediate thought is, what in the world just happened? I got my bell rung there. I'm seeing stars. Let's go back in and try it again. But 1 KA across the board for every member of the team. And outside of that initial kind of stalemate at the start, throwing some bombs, a point here, a point there, they were never able to establish anything below their drop down. And I'm not sure if they just weren't prepared for the ranges that the ballpoint Nouveau can play at, how quickly it can rotate around. You think you're safe to drop on one side, but look at that, the ballpoint moved through, and then you saw once they did get a little bit of control of one side of the zone, the flank had come around, and there's just so much to keep track of. You got to treat it as a wash. You have to say, all right, that's done, that's it, let's just pretend that game never happened. New set right now.
And I mean, yeah, to your point, this isn't just some team that's just happy to be. This is Kraken United. Their goal is probably win this tournament or nothing else. They're that caliber of team in this tournament. They're sticking with Splat Zones, going with Piranha Pit. And this is the team we've seen counterpick things like TC Schellendorf. We saw them play very well at Albacore Hotel. They were using that double anchor kind of thing. They used ballpoint themselves, like ballpoint and VJet. So honestly, I don't know what they're doing, what their mindset is with a map like this, but this has to be their best one. If they lose, they're done.
Well, the pen is mightier than the sword. Is the pen mightier than your opponent's pen? I think is the question they're hoping to ask here. And it isn't actually going to be a ballpoint here. It's going to be essentially the same comp coming out from them. So, I mean, they got to go with their guns, I suppose. It's going to be a very, very typical comp that we've seen. Of course, we know what the K-52 has done recently, and they're immediately trying to put pressure on their opponent's nest, but look at that, immediately crashing down. You don't want to pressure your opponent's nest when they have a burst weapon here like a Tri-Slosher.
Yeah, no player for Kraken United opted to go for their own drop. They all just focused on that left side, and the Tri-Slosher said, I have the high ground, Anakin. I'll take that from you. Thank you. So yeah, another... Basically, this is the worst kind of opening if you're Kraken United. Things are looking much the same from how that last game started and ended as well, as they're desperately, once again, looking for answers. No splats, 2 missiles been fired off, but nothing going with them yet. Now you see a player going in right here with Bubbles, trying to get control of that right side zone, and they do flip it back, and they do it with only getting a couple of splats on top of it.
Yeah,
and now, once again, MyLag Paradise in complete control.
I mean, that's a desperation play. The game is getting away from us. Throw 3 specials at the zone. However many people it takes us, we just have to find our footing again. And this is the really difficult part. Look at the positioning here of this ball point. Of course, it can hit people, but more than anything, it can see people. It can identify where the push is going to come from, and all 3 of the other weapons are incredibly mobile. They've got multiple lethal bombs on top of that, too. So wherever the threat comes from, they're going to have a pretty good opportunity to deal damage without risking themselves or sticking their necks out too far. You see, they are able actually to get the Tri-Slosher here, so that's a nice start. These missiles are going to at least allow them to establish a little bit of control, but they still haven't been able to get rid of the ball point. They finally are able to put some pressure that should alleviate the pressure here, and now their comp can actually go to work. If they can get their opponents dropped, they're going to have a good time with it, but it looks like they aren't even going to be able to achieve that.
You know, they don't need to get lead anytime soon. What they need is just somebody to pop off and get that VC going and rejuvenated. Because right now, Kraken United's coming kind of predictable. It's just the Squeezer that's trying to get control of their own drop. Everybody else, as soon as they spawn, they immediately go to that conveyor belt off to that almost useless area deep on the left. Booyah Bomb able to take care of one player as the Tri-Slosher staying alive in mid, popping armor just for themselves so they can keep feasting right here. And yeah, Kraken United, they're really just kind of going into autopilot right here, just doing the same thing over and over and hoping it's going to work. Eventually, they do have a man advantage right now. One player sharking in that backside zone. Squeak trying to make something to force that player to back up a little bit here. Ultimately gets it.
Yeah, another trade here. And, you know, I got to give credit here to My Like Paradise. You saw it right as that push-in has happened, that desperate play. They immediately just swung somebody back around the backside, so when that armor came through, you look at the armor person, you try to put a little chip damage on him, and then there's somebody behind you to attack. But now, finally, I said it before and I jinxed it, but now it's legitimate here. They have some control in... Okay, I'm done. Shutting off my mic, I've jinxed it once again. I wanted to say they got control of drop. That's what they need. Their opposing comp is going to have a very difficult time coming through these specials, but again, if you go down to bombs, that can hurt too. Need another pick here. Overextend too much in a 2v1. Needs to find this pick cleanly and trades. Oh my goodness, Bob Gunn.
That Squeezer's trying to put this whole game on their back right now. And they almost did just that, but they got to realize they just gave up lead. They almost had lead right there. If they just turned back around, focus objective, they could have had a lead out of nowhere. But still, 2 more players down for My Like Paradise. Kraken United has found their groove, and it's coming from the Squeezer player who is getting all of the splats and is basically trying to solo this match right now and might be able to pull it off.
Yeah, might be able to. Still a minute left. It's a pretty daunting penalty to get through, but now they're again sort of in a neutral situation. This has been a swingy map where it seems like both sides just get huge swaths of control for 1 point. This is really the first time we've seen it be true back and forth, and they're going to move in here. Very nice move in, running into an armor, a huge pick there. An armored player, a full wipe down. That penalty is going to start ticking away. You see immediately, where are they going here? They're painting on the bottom side here. They're going to watch that drop down. They've got 2 people here. This is what they did last time as well. The bubbles are going to snuff any push that comes from here. They need to not go down to a cheap pick, and they get the one person they needed to the most.
And now it just comes out to Kraken United play smart and sound and smart Splatoon. Quite honestly, they haven't been able to pull that off just yet, but Kaido, and they're able to stall the zone, adding more penalty points back on it. It should go back into the favor of Kraken United, but they did stall it down just for a little bit and force the Booyah Bomb. Look, they have to use that Booyah Bomb early now. Just throw it away, so they're not going to have that to hold on here. They just got to get rid of penalty points, and Kraken United will force a game 3. The ball point goes down yet again. That ball point is going in. Now it's all-out rush for the left side of the zone, and now we're seeing bodies flying all over the place. 2 more players going down, make that 3 for the side of Kraken United, and who's the last player standing? It's the Squeezer, forcing Kraken United into a game 3.
Refusing to lose. I cannot think of a better time to use that phrase than right there. And oh my god, what a scramble of a game. You could write a thesis on just that game. 20 KA, a round of applause with only 5 bubbles. That was a lot of dirty work. And we said earlier, right, if they turned back around, they could have gotten the lead, just playing objective. Right there at the very end, what are they doing? The bubbles are on the zone. They're on the zone, getting picks on the zone. There you go. You said get that BC going. There you go. What a win to take back the momentum.
I mean, that honestly, that's the only way they were going to win that, is if somebody just flips the switch and goes to a different level, because you saw them making so many mental mistakes. You saw people dying to bombs that they have no excuse to be dying to. You saw them getting into predictable patterns out of their spawn. They were frazzled by the moment. There's no way you could say they weren't just by how they were playing. That's not how Kraken United plays. So when you get somebody who just says, no, we're winning this doggone game, and goes out and wins it, that can revitalize you. Now, this is MyLag Paradise's counter push, or counter pick, and MyLag has been giving out the best openings. Their openings have just been dominating. So if you're Kraken United, you want to win this one on the other team's counter pick, your opening has to be better. You can't just go in and feed. You got to respect that ball point, because that ball point is just lighting them up in the first 15 seconds.
Take a deep breath here, both sides. And we see, is that a Rapid Pro
That's a
Deco?
Rapid. Yes.
Wow. Not the traditional double armor comp, I will say. Now, I will say here, as somebody who has loved this weapon, loved all varieties of the Rapid here, the Rapid Pro can play at some really awkward angles here. It can apply chip damage from relative safety, but look at this, Kaito's not even gonna let it happen here. A huge pick, another huge pick with legitimate fall off here, and is now in a position to immediately attack. Going to be at bubbles very soon, could be in their spawn. What in the world is going on?
It's the Squeezers just flipped the switch. They're just on a different level right now, and that's exactly what Kraken United needs. Now, if you're MyLag, you can't feed in like that. You got to be willing to sacrifice some points to that checkpoint and just hold that checkpoint. But 2 players going down, you still got the Rapid Blaster staying alive, keeping people back, kind of just stiff arming, not getting any splats, but saying, hey, you guys can't push up as long as I'm up top here without the right kind of specials, and that allows the rest of MyLag to come back in here, so they save that checkpoint. But again, that Tri-Slosher going down.
Yeah, and you have to assume here that the opponent's going to expect you to run in and attack their tower, right? Especially with the way this game has gone. They're on their back foot. They're going to try to throw a counter punch here. It's just easy pickings. You know that the opponent's going to try to run at you, and if someone does, it makes the job that much easier. You have a player who's timed the armors very well. And look at this, Keto coming in. That's a full wipe. Going to be standing in front of their spawn if they so choose. And now this is getting very dangerous. They have an armor ready. They've got people pushed up. They have all the attacking weapons. Momentum all the way to the next checkpoint, and the ball point's down too. That's one of their big ranges.
Booyah Bob coming out, keeping people away from the tower. That's going to be the final checkpoint. Kraken United, they look to be dead in the water, flipped the switch, and did not look back since then. Wow. I've never seen a team absolutely refuse to lose like that. I mean, they were getting, it wasn't just the butt whooping that they got in the first game, in the beginning of the last game. It was looking to become a butt whooping deluxe. And somehow they just found a way to stay alive just long enough for somebody to take control of this game. And that, honestly, it wasn't just Kaito that time around. It was the whole team that got in. That's the Kraken United team we're used to seeing. And hats off to MyLag Paradise. A heck of a run for them. But ultimately, in the end, Kraken United just able to find that second gear and that second wind that somehow almost out of nowhere.
You know, I've never seen a tale of 2 sets in a best of 3. I mean, it is stunning. The moment that you saw Kraken United run in and make that desperation play that we talked about. You use your 3 specials, you put some penalty on the opponent, you just try to regain your footing. I don't mean to aggrandize that moment any more than we already have, but there is something to be said for giving yourself another opportunity to make a play happen. And then, as you've said, the Vanguard steps up, somebody makes a huge play, continues to push, and eventually, once you get that win, you steal a victory in the most emphatic fashion, and then you give it right back to the opponent on their counter pick, worth noting, and make it look as easy as it gets. And now the momentum, woof. You think they want their rematch with Shiverme Feeders? I would say so.
And this is the story that we've seen in Low Ink time and time and time again. The team that builds up all the momentum in losers bracket goes into losers finals against a team like Pickup who's coming off of their first loss all day long. You can't overplay the momentum card enough. Kraken United's going to be coming into this one really hot. And again, it's not just one player that's popping off right now. It's the whole team that is probably on another level of hypeness right now, which is good for them to see. But if you're Pickup, you're coming off of a loss. And you have been waiting a little bit, and you probably were watching the stream and saw what just happened right there. Or maybe since they're not in the lobby, they are playing League or something like that. I don't know. But it's the pressure is going to be on Pickup to find a way to get the rematch against Shiverme, who is waiting to see which one of these teams they've already beaten that they'll play in Grand Finals.
And as we're waiting, Popgood, I just want to say, you at the very beginning of this, you talked up Low Ink. You said we're going to see some incredible things. And, you are 2 for 2, my friend. Gotta say.
Hey, we're just getting started. Wait till we get to Grand Finals and people are DCing and we're bringing teams back who've already been eliminated, and we're going to Game 10 and people are busting out blob obblers for no reason. This is just the beginning of what we can assume is going to be amazing chaos going forward. And now we see Pickup starting to come back in here. This is no longer a best of 3 that we've seen in losers bracket so far. This is now a best of 5. So pressure is not going to be immediately on whichever team loses game 1 here, which is going to be at Sturgeon Shipyard. But again, if you're Pickup and you've lost 2 of the last 4 matches against Shiverme, you were opting to go with X-Splosh and Remix more of... you're not going to see as many missiles, obviously, as you were last time. So anchoring isn't going to be as difficult, especially in a map like this where anchors can thrive as long as you keep your anchor players safe. Keep them up on that snipe and let them work along the enemy grates as well if you can push up to there. So this will be a little bit more of a favorable matchup for Pickup than what they saw in that last matchup against the Pirates.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, too, because if they do opt to stick with the Nautilus K-Pro comp, we kind of touched on it a little bit in their earlier set, but those are 2 weapons that very often will find themselves playing a similar role. They run with the support, they can paint a little more, they keep up with them, and then, 1, 2, pop, it's a quick and easy pick, and you build momentum off of it. But they're going to be playing against weapons that can play at a similar range here. Of course, we've talked ad nauseum about the Squeezer, but the K-52 ain't too bad of a fighter itself, so I'll again be very interested in seeing what advantages they're able to create. And for this to be the first map as well, there's always one moment where a huge fight happens on the spinner, one team gets control, and then you just hear people yell, I'm 5 from armor, I'm 10 from armor. People are calling out where their specials are because they know they're not going to be able to get back in without them.
And call outs at this stage of a tournament, it's just more like people screaming at each other, especially when
2 on me, 2 on me, 2 on me.
Yeah, it's like, bro, the game just started. I think we can get away with 2 people being on you. It's not the end of the world. Game 1, best of 5. Winner gets to take on the Pirates in Grand Finals. Losers gets a bronze medal. No surprise coming out from the side of Kraken United. And Pickup dropping... actually, Plasma isn't even in the game right now. So they don't even have an anchor player. Going with some more speed.
Yeah, I guess in that last set they said we need to be able to pick it up a little bit. Maybe this is just a map mode specific pick that they like here, but a much more mobile comp, and the whole little storyline I tried to set up here about the mid-range fighting and what 2 weapons can do, they've just opted to go in a completely different direction here. More mobility. They're going to have a Nautilus kind of playing a backline role here, but that is going to make it a little difficult for them to get picks in a very risky missile play, not able to find anyone. They're going to give up a lot of control, getting a few points here at the start, but as we all know, the early control much more important than the early points.
I like seeing the V-Jet pushing up right there. With the Squeezer, though, so 2 players on the enemy grate. Nico, once again, this Inkjet has been make or break for Pickup in these matches here. Not able to get anything with that. But they don't have to rely on the Nautilus to do most of their pushing right now. They have a splash and a K-Shot, so a lot more aggression than we're used to seeing from Pickup. One player, the K-Shot, working around that right side, missiles landing on the left side, and now you see a bit of a collapse coming into the zone. It's going to go into the favor of Pickup. Kaido, being the last player left alive, wisely backing up just to build up some more bubbles.
Yeah, very, very nicely executed there. They did send one person in maybe a little bit preemptively before the missiles had fully been fired and did go down as a result of that. But Nico rotated up at just the right time, was able to crash through a couple nice picks there. And that Inkjet's going to be a very useful defensive tool if anyone tries to set up on this left side, very wisely going there. But need to rotate back here a little bit. They certainly know where they're at. Trying to sneak somebody up there to attack Kaito, not let him use that. Look at this, diving all the way down to try to take out Kaito. A very timely armor, and look at that rotation back there by Twice. I know Kaito got the pick, but that was great collateral damage. Kaito gonna clean up there, and an excellent job of pushing away that counter push as they were trying to work back in.
You know, it kind of started, that whole push kind of started with Twice, the K-Gal, winning a 1v1 on the left side of the zone, clearly by themselves, winning that splat, able to come back and save their teammate from getting splatted, and their reward is the zone and all 4 specials, and they're being very, very patient with
8
this
specials
right
on the
now.
map! Oh my goodness. Here they come. All of them. Look at the sides of it. Another special, another special, another special. Wait for the damage to quit. Noodles somehow. 3 people are dead. That's going to be 4. Nobody. Okay, Monkey, please jump out. Not in time, and that's the lead and a whole lot of carnage.
Wow. Welcome to Splatoon 2. If you've seen nothing but Splatoon 1, you're going to be confused why the whole map had just exploded right there. But that battle decided it. That you can't. I don't think there's enough time for them to come back. Yeah, game 1 going to Kraken United. Wow, just an arms race in a massive explosion in mid, and somehow nobody from Kraken United died from any of that. Okay.
I mean, there is a skill to navigating giant hurt boxes and huge carnage, and I think it's a pretty underrated skill amongst the front liners who are able to move up there, and no surprise, Kaito kind of leading the way, but I mean, you gotta love it in that scenario. You watch it, everything's going boom, you're calling out left and right, your call-outs are being drowned out by 10 bombs going off right next to you in your ears, and you know, when both teams are able to throw big haymakers like that, you have to feel good, even if you lost that game, right? It got away from you at the very end, but 4 specials versus 4 specials, oftentimes, unless someone goes down to a random bomb, the defending team finds a way to pull that out. And I like the fact that they had a speed comp kind of hidden in their back pocket that they were able to rotate to. I like the way it looked there at the start. They got maybe just a little bit too aggressive on their defensive side. We, of course, pointed out the K shot going right after Kaito back there in the back, and potentially could have gotten a pick with that well-timed armor, but as it stood, they had just lost a little bit of the timing with the K-Gal winning the 1v1. So the plan was there. It succeeded for a time, but Splatoon gonna Splatoon eventually.
And you know, I think now I'm playing back all the specials that were fired off in my head. I think the main difference there was Twice's Booyah Bomb canceled out the Suction Bomb Rush and to some extent the missiles as well. And then you got the Inkjet that's armored popping off, but you know when you're an Inkjet and all that nonsense is going on, how can you even see any targets to hit? You know, it's so probably just the specials that were thrown there in that massive kind of explosion there were just a little bit better from Kraken United just because they had the kit to get away with something like that. Tower control at Inkblot Art Academy. Somewhere Salty is smiling that this map is being picked because they picked it twice in a row. I don't think we're going to see it twice this time around. But again,
did they watch the last set? This may test your theory of whether or not they were watching the last set.
Well, we'll find out. But I do want to point out Plasma's gone, so that same kind of speed comp that, quite honestly, I think is going to work out a little bit better for pickup in general. Especially against this kind of comp that's being thrown at them with a missile spam, a V-Jet. I like the lineup that Pickup has here a little bit better.
I like it as well, and you know, Nico should have a really great opportunity here. We know what Nautilus is capable of in any tower control setting. I think the real question is going to be, you know, is Nico going to be relegated to playing that backline role? Because you hit on a great point earlier of that Inkjet kind of being stuck in a weird position where it can't do much. If the Nautilus is so far back using that Inkjet, then by the time the Inkjet ends, if it doesn't get a pick, it's probably not going to be able to participate unless the team has really solid control in an advanced landing zone. So I'll be interested in seeing if they're able to kind of reawaken what that Nautilus is capable of if they do indeed opt to bring it in, and it appears they certainly have. The K-Pro is back out here from Noodle, so it is a fighting comp here, and we'll see how it spins.
Dropping the Splash-O-Matic for the Cave Pro. Paint isn't crazy important in tower control as it is in the other mode, so you can afford to go with this double midline kind of thing, but they are at a bit of a paint disadvantage in general, but that's been kind of their MO for a good chunk of these sets. One player ultimately going down on each side, and opening map goes into the favor of Kraken United. I forgot who was playing for a second.
Happens, and Nico's in kind of a really awkward position here. He's gonna have a very difficult time getting back into the fight. The opponent knows, and I mean, this has really been about 20 seconds that Nico hasn't been able to contribute to this defense, and I have to wonder what the game plan was sending Nico down there on the side. That's an important range that you're gonna need, and yeah, this is gonna be a very, very timely inkjet to maybe slow it down. But you see here, not able to get anybody with that, that's going to be a punishment on the landing, and this is still going to be control of the central pushing zone here on this side, so I think maybe not the best plan out of the gates here, but you still got to give credit to Kraken United for taking advantage.
That was a disrespectful inkjet. To think that you can just pop inkjet literally dead middle of the map and get away with it. The drop roller, very nice to see, but ultimately getting punished there. But the rest, it might have caused enough of distraction for the rest of the pickup players to come back in and get control of mid on top of that. So maybe that was the play, as now the first checkpoint is under attack. Nico getting taken down, but again, it's a fight that's away from the tower, so the first checkpoint does fall. I don't think they have the bodies to get any more points off of this, but still, essentially, at this point in the game, this is a tied game right now with Nico. Yeah. That's basically a delayed wipe right there.
It is a delayed wipe, and I think as soon as your frontliner goes out there and that Booyah Bomb doesn't pick anything, you've got to rotate back. You've got to get back, try to hold mid, understand that if the opponent drops tower, that's fine. You can maybe get a pick there, but that's going to stagger them and give up mid in the middle of that stagger too, so nobody going down to that bomb here. The attack is coming up. Monkey going just a little bit too heavy-handed at the tower here. They actually do a decent job of slowing it down. They're going to have the man advantage here, but the the K-Gal, one of the most survivable weapons in the game, is going to rotate back and actually get somebody here with that Booyah Bomb. Disgusting. And that push might not be dead quite yet.
You know, they nerfed K-Gal like a little bit a while ago, clearly. Monkey got armor ready to go, and you just kind of look at the map right here. You see it's mostly yellow in mid. Kraken United, and this was kind of Pickup's playstyle. They were having a lot of difficulty getting in control of mid when they had Plasma in. Now they got the faster comp lineup, but again, it seems like they're constantly stuck playing defense and don't really have a good way to get like a push stopped and to get a push going themselves.
Yeah, it's the difficult thing because so much of what the defense is on this map is kind of clustering up there at the top at your drop down, and that's missile heaven here. And if you happen to throw a Booyah Bomb in conjunction with those, you're almost always guaranteed to at least get one via the chip damage. But, I mean, you're entirely right. They've been trying to sneak Nico around the bottom side of the map to get a pick here, but really that Nautilus needs other things to engage in the fight so it can come through and clean up. And right now, whether it's just a survivability issue, whether it's just a map control issue, they haven't been able to achieve that. Look at this. I mean, this has been an extended fight kind of over the middle, and you still don't get the sense that Kraken United has lost control.
And I think Kraken United is maybe recognizing that. I mean, this isn't a lead you're going to feel comfortable with at all, but you got the specials you need. You can defend this if you need to, because they have to get to that checkpoint to get the lead, and you wait for them to throw the punch, and finally they do, and you see the punishment starting to be dealt out by Kraken United. Two players going down from pickup. You got one player stuck up top here, but they're not with the tower. But if they can keep getting splats like that, they can keep this push going. Hello, K-Pro, ultimately getting taken down, though, and they lose control of the enemy plat that they had. So 1 minute left to go. Time getting bled off the clock. Kraken United playing with fire. But it looks like they're just committing to play defense for the next 40 seconds with this minuscule lead they got.
Yeah, very, very passive, and I think, honestly, if the K-Pro had rotated up a little bit earlier in the span of that attack, there might have been a chance for them to really take that cluster of enemies out, whether it was the armor surviving long enough. I think that there was a little bit of magic that could have been had there. As it stands right now with just 20 seconds left here, Nico does have the inkjet, but is rotated so far back. You would love to be able to utilize this to continue your push rather than to start it, but the choice might be away from them. Take a look at the top. There's a Booyah Bomb that is certainly waiting for that to hit. About 5 seconds left. The missiles are down. The Booyah Bomb is going to be held, and I mean, it's going to be difficult to hold on to it. Opts not to throw it at the tower. Monkey gets on another Booyah Bomb here. There is some life. It's not much, and it's not enough.
Ooh, Kraken United able to go up 2-0 on pickup, but man, I really don't agree with how Kraken United won. The path they took to win that game, that's a very stressful way to go. It's like they were playing not to lose instead of playing to try to win, and pickup just never punished them like that, or maybe they just didn't know how to punish that, but Kraken United just realized, oh, we don't have to do anything else. You guys can't take control of mid, so we're just going to sit here for 2 minutes and play defense on tower control. It worked out for them, and I'm mad because I don't think it should have worked.
You never like to see passive play, right? And I think even though they were building their specials, they were trading paint, they were defending when they had to, it did seem as though they were kind of daring Pickup to come and do something about the defense. So, I mean, I would agree with you. The only stat that I guess is really important is the W, and they got it. But now I'm really curious to see what the counter pick is going to be, because we said at the beginning of that game, or I kind of joked about, well, that the last time this one came up, Kraken United looked, I'll say dominant on it, and that time they opted to kind of rest their laurels a little bit and trust that their defense was good enough. We've seen what their offense can be, so be very interested in seeing what the read is there from Pickup. They've been able to rotate around with a couple different comps, more Slay heavy comp, more speed heavy comp, but so far there's just an answer every time. And as we wait here for the counter pick to come in, we want to thank everybody for watching these incredible sets so far. As a reminder, Shiverme Feeders is the team that is waiting in grand finals for the winner of this set. Kraken United and Shiverme Feeders had a great set earlier on in the event. It was a best of 5, a true best of 5 that went all the way to game 5. So Shiverme Feeders, the team that knocked both of these teams into the losers bracket. So both teams eyeing a little bit of, shall we say, revenge. Best served cold, but we're going to move on to Rainmaker Mako Mart at this point. And we'll see here. Both teams taking a little minute to recover.
And somebody took revenge from my router right there. So here we go. Can you guys hear me? I'm literally yes. Okay. Let's reset this thing. I'm literally on data on my phone, so we're gonna do. We might finish up the rest of this set from the McDonald's if we can't get anything to work out here. But okay, so what happened? Rainmaker Mako Mart?
That is the case.
Okay, we'll get this one going here. Obviously, Kraken United up 2-0. It looks like they are mostly ready up. Did anybody sub out? That's one of my question is, because the last time they did Rainmaker, they had Plasma in here.
No, there's no sub right now. I mean, the teams are there, and Noodle is the only one left who hasn't readied up yet. So this is the team they're going to battle with, unless something changes sometime here in the next 20 seconds.
So no Sploosh 7 unless one of these other players has a Sploosh 7 that they can use. So be it. I mean, you still got the same kind of play style that they were using anyways. You still got the same kind of aggression they were using in the last games. It's just a question of now that you have to get the win, can they find a way to pick up that aggression yet again? Kraken United 1 game away, riding this momentum. As I'm going to watch the rest of this from my phone. We'll get it done here. Hey, sometimes the crazy things happen to the commentators as well. No real changes from the side other than a K-Gal coming out from the side of Pickup.
Yeah, the K-Gal a pretty interesting choice because Noodle's kind of been the flex here for the team. We've seen Monkey go to a couple other support weapons, but Noodle has played a Splash Neo, played the K-Pro, and now the K-Gal. When one of your frontliners is switching between all these weapons, that can be very, very difficult to know how you're going to play around it. And a lot of times it can just mean they're a little uncomfortable with what they've been playing. So if you feel like you're losing a lot of your 1v1s, you're not able to execute on the times when you're called upon to go and get a pick, sometimes you got to change it up. And You know, to their credit, they've got a little bit of control here. It's not a lot. It's not necessarily enough for a deep push at the time. Monkey is going to be the one who grabs it. I like that decision. They're going to be able to try to push up this left side. The jump is going to come in. Are they going to dive the Rainmaker in time? I think they got their jump in. It's going to be a wall down, but it does appear that their advanced attackers are in a pretty difficult spot. They're going to have to simply rotate around here just to keep holding on to the Rainmaker. And a very adroitly thrust aside push there at the start.
Yeah, that sucks when you grab the Rainmaker and you're looking, you have like a predetermined plan that you're going to do, and then the people creating the path die, and you're just kind of stuck with the Rainmaker like, oh crap, now what do I do? But they've somehow survived long enough for the rest of their teammates to come back in, and Kraken United won the back foot now. They're kind of forced to back up. Monkey opting to feed right in to go to that right side. They get 59 points off of it. But that looks more or less like a desperation. I'm tired of holding this Rainmaker. I'm going to try to make something happen. And they.
Whoa!
Whoa! Here we go.
Yeah, you got to be careful there. You saw getting a little cheeky there, trying to fight Nico on that side as the rest of the team was able to rotate around, get a few more points. 42, certainly not a deep push on this map, but. Yeah, I agree with you. That did look dead in the water. Credit the other members for not quite giving up on the push, and I agree. Definitely a desperation push. There were probably about 3 or 4 seconds left on that Rainmaker as it was.
And I mean, you're also playing into the fact of like, we have to win this game, so there's just more pressure going on here than probably what they faced in any tournament up to this point in their competitive lives. But Kaido, once again, putting down some bubbles along this left side. There is a clear, determined path Kraken United wants to go here. Able to get a splat, lift the bubbles, and has a path where the Rainmaker can go until a Booyah Bomb comes in and stalls everything. But it's just Nico with the Nautilus surviving with the Inkjet, but not long enough. Surely this is going to be leave it. Oh, makes the ball back in, able to come back in time.
I mean, they're surviving just long enough. Now this is the part of Rainmaker where it really gets silly. We pop, we try to get points. Some of the most skillful maneuvering of the Rainmaker I've seen, surviving 3 specials, rotating back down, and you know, oftentimes we say diving after the Rainmaker, not really a good spot as they take the lead again. We said it would get silly. Look at this, moving all the way through. Is this a dunk? Unreal!
That was pretty silly, and ultimately in the end, I can't believe that they were able to kind of come back and hold on to that one right there, to stall it down a little bit, but ultimately just couldn't stall it long enough. Kraken United, too much momentum into their wake right now. And again, they were dead and gone like that last set against My Life Paradise. Like they were gone. Like they should not be going here, but all of a sudden you got that squeezer who just takes control of the game, and you ride the momentum of that all the way to grand finals. Kraken United, Shiverme Feeders. The game went to a game 5. We are set up for a doozy of a rematch here in grand finals. But we're gonna take a little bit of a break first. We're gonna go look at the router here at Casa de Pop Gun. You guys are gonna get some popcorn. You're gonna use the bathroom, and you're gonna do everything you need to do to get ready for what is going to be a fantastic grand final set, unless it's not, here at Low Ink at IPL.
Rainmaker where it really gets silly. We pop, we try to get points. Some of the most skillful maneuvering of the Rainmaker I've seen, surviving 3 specials, rotating back down, and you know, oftentimes we say diving after the Rainmaker, not really a good spot as they take the lead again. We said we get silly. Look at this, moving all the way through. Is this a dunk? Unreal!
And, well, they sacrificed 1 armor to do it, so the monkey paw curls. But, okay, I like the remix. This is a remix playground, and I'm sure they're where there's a person just standing there waiting patiently for the armor, still not going with it. They have to know you're there. They're staring right at you. Get rid of penalty points, and Crack United will force a game 3. The ball point is down yet again. That ball point is going in. Now it's all-out rush for the left side of the zone, and now we're seeing bodies flying all over the place. 2 more players going down, make that 3 for the side of Crack United, and who's the last player standing? It's the Squeezer! 7 at a high level. Those 2 weapons are about as far from each other as it could possibly get. But now you got 3 specials ready, you got a splashdown, you got a hammer ready to go by Corona, who's trying to get in a good spot here. It's a double! Smacks in the face, and that's going to be lead, although not a huge one. This hammer could shut down everything. That hammer saved a...
Hello? But however, they do have the tower pushing. They got the Booyah Bomb to come out, missiles coming out. Now they're pushing together. It was a sacrifice worth being made as lead could be contested here.
That's the right tower is so close to getting this. Look at the nice triple. Look at the nice triple from the Squeezer.
Pickup should be thrilled that it's only 59 remaining. They got all 4 of their specials ready to go, and trying to get control of the enemy bunker is Plasma yet again, being just a nuisance with this Blue 7. Takes a bad turn, somehow corrects though, is able to get 2 players down. Should have been splatted along the right side. The monkey's going to get lead when you're the one trying to break out of a lockout.
Yeah, Rain can be very, very strong here, especially if you know that the opponent is trying to set up. And as you saw right there, it plays at a very effective range from its own side of the map. And how about that? What a statement here to start off the game, Bob Gun. Get it again! Yes!
Clip it!
And the Squeezer with the first pick of the game after like a minute
into the game. That's crazy. Again, just shows how both of these teams are now figuring out each other's playstyle. They want to be really careful with this.
Hold on! How? How do people get away with these?
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Grand Finals of Low Ink February 2022. I am Popgun, joined in the microphone by the 9-hole grains, and we got a doozy of a set here, or at least we think. Kraken United and Shiverme Feeders, the rematch of semifinals that was on stream. The Pirates getting the better end of Kraken United 3-2. This time around in Grand Finals, where it is best of 5. If you want to win, Shiverme Feeders just needs to win 3 games this time in this set, and they're done. Kraken United has to force the bracket reset and then win 3 more on top of it.
Yeah, it's always great where the most exciting match of the tournament that happened earlier on between the 2 seed and the 3 seed, exactly as you'd expect a 2 and a 3 seed to play. Some shenanigans happen in the losers bracket. It gets a little hectic, it gets a little crazy, but this is the match that you want to see. These two went blow for blow earlier. They've played very well against their opposition since then, so very excited to see what fireworks these two have in store for us.
Shiverme Feeders has taken 1 loss all tournament long. It came back in the Swiss stage. So they haven't lost all day long, even though they did lose 1 match yesterday. In fact, they finished as the number 2 seed. I'm assuming Persistent 7 was the only team that beat them, if that is the case. Regardless, Kraken United is coming into this set with 5 straight wins after losing to Shiverme Feeders in the semifinals, finding a way to get another win and another win and another win. 3 straight match wins. So Kraken United coming in with just the same amount of energy and momentum versus a team like Shiverme Feeders, who might not be used to being in this position of having to sit around and wait for teams to come back. Kraken United, arguably the fresher team right now, but we will see how the game 1 kind of works out.
Yeah, the story on these 2 teams been written in the stars so far. We know one team going to be bringing out double armor, double missiles, most likely. The last time Shiverme Feeders played on here, they went triple missile. We'll see if that's the case. It's not the Soda Slosher bringing that out. I don't think I've seen that in any of the sets that we played, certainly here in the latter half of the tournament. So Lampet going with a little aggro. I see that quick respawn here, going Rentana style.
I wonder what the decision was to bring the soda back out. Obviously, the soda is a great weapon in its own right, but maybe they think since there's not going to be that slow-moving comp, that with the more speed that they're kind of expecting here from Kraken United, that they don't need as many missiles. They can afford to do the splat bomb and the burst bomb rush the soda brings. But right now, Lampert pushing up and getting that soda to good use right here.
Yeah, that's a very difficult angle to hit there, and there's something to be said for the burst bomb rush here as well. It's not nothing, especially when it comes to painting zone. I know burst bombs online, yada yada, we can all have fun with it, but the paint is paint, and especially if you know the opponent has a comp that can very quickly move in with those bubbles and take a lot of paint. It's always nice to have here a couple missiles coming out, and actually that is going to be 1 going down to it. That was their armor use. They've got control. Is there any follow-up? Right now, Lampet's pushed up well, gets another trade here. So even though it's been trades almost always favor the defender. This is an important jump, needs to find its way safely to follow up with these bubbles, and it's not. And what is going on, Popgun?
Shutting down those bubbles might just have ended the game right there. If they were able to get those bubbles off, it's enough to at least stall zone, but I don't think they can get back and summon themselves in time. Popping armor's a desperation play. But yeah, shutting down that Keto through the bubble was the difference right there. Did I say the Pirates might be coming in a little bit rusty? Clearly that wasn't the case. Taking care of business game 1. They don't want this to be a dramatic, memorable low ink. They want to get this win and get out of here before things start getting crazy.
They got things to do this Sunday, right? Work is tomorrow or school, either one. They got a little homework to do. They got a little overtime to work. We understand how it goes, but a great game 1, and it looks like one of their members immediately left the lobby as well, so might see a counter pick here, or maybe they're just confident in 3 that they've got and they can kind of rotate around, or maybe we have the DCs that you promised. Either one.
Well, it's weird because they're the team that's not making the counter pick. So it's not like they know who to bring in. Now, normally, they're probably just waiting on what the counter pick is going to be, because they have Corona, their brush player, waiting in the wings. And again, this was a rematch. Last time we saw Kraken United pick tower control at Schellendorf, Splat Zones at Art Academy, and they won on Splat Zone, they did win on the Splat Zones Hotel, which is something I don't think we've seen counterpicked all day long. Maybe teams don't like it as much as maybe they used to back when Ballpoint was broken. But still, it's Kraken United's turn to make a pick, and they haven't made a counter pick in a while. And when they did, it was I think Splat Zone's Piranha Pit. But again, this is a little bit of a different beast that you're going up here, and it looks like they're opting to go with tower control at Anchovy Games. I'm wondering what advantage they're thinking they have here.
Well, we saw this in the earlier set as well, so they either feel like they learned as much as they needed to from that game to confidently come back here, but... I'm sorry, not Anchovy Games, I had the other tower control map that was played, but, I mean, if you feel like you can get an early enough lead here, right, you're going to be able to move Quito up, and Bubbles can absolutely extend a push. There's always so much fighting up on that plat area here. Those Bubbles can absolutely wreck any defense, even shredding armor in the process. So I have to think that's what they're trying to do. They feel like Twice can move up, they can fight their way through. But you saw that Mayu got brought in here, Mayuran, and I mean, that's a K shot that's been, at least throughout the duration of this tournament, that's been the play. So, I mean, that's another fighting weapon here. This is more missiles. It's going to be a very long and treacherous path to get up on that plat. But if they do, I do believe they have the tools to take it the distance.
When I think of this map, the first thing I think of is Inkjet, just because you can put an Inkjet up on that wall of the fan and just rain down hell from a almost unbreakable spot. But Kraken United doesn't have an Inkjet player, at least from what they've shown before. It's all been K-Gal, Squeezer, V-Jet, and just kind of armor bot there. So, but again, when Kraken United's been down, it starts and stops with Quito, and I think Shiverme kind of recognizes that. So if they kind of key in on that player and make sure they don't get the rest of the Kraken United players hyped up, they can kind of find a way to get another win right here. Booyah Bomb, man. Also, Booyah Bombs on this map, I always think of how those stupid little banners kind of hang down on certain spots as well and kind of block it. So yeah, I don't know. I just feel like you need to pick something that gives you a clear advantage over the other team. And I guess we're going to see why Kraken United feels so confident here. No surprises with their comp. Nothing really different from the side of the Pirates as well. Going back with the missile slosher as opposed to the soda.
Yeah, triple missile here, and it does have suction bomb as well, so that's 3 suction bombs. So, as if the missiles weren't annoying enough, you can pretty well bank on one of those being available to you at all times. It can make these pushes even more treacherous. A quick jump out there. What a great call out to know to jump at that point. There weren't a whole lot of bullets flying that direction, but look at this. They've almost completely given up the map at the start, almost waiting here, trusting the Lambett's going to find somebody, and they do. What was the K-Gal doing there, waiting for the drop down? That was a little game of chess back and forth.
I love how our producer Ink Fair always finds a way to find these most ridiculous sharking spots that works out and opens up these pushes for the Pirates here as they clear this first checkpoint with ease. And there comes the Bubbles. If they can find a way to survive these Bubbles, they're going to be in a good situation to try to get across that second checkpoint. And they don't. 3 people and some change get taken down by Quito's Bubbles. And that stalls the push for now. Last player wisely kind of jumping out. So map control going to go into the favor of Kraken United, who only surrendered 1 checkpoint right there.
Yeah, not nearly as bad when it's 4-2 and you already have somebody pushed up on the opponent's plat, especially knowing that missiles are going to be there, kind of that long distance assistance. It can get out of hand very, very quickly. So credit to the members of Kraken United for being able to slow that down. And this is what we talked about, right? If they can get pushed up and get the right people pushed up, they have the tools to make it work. That's 1 down, but I don't think, again, there was any follow-up on Quito's Bubbles there. Had to rotate all the way back to avoid the missiles, avoiding more missiles. You can see the strategy here, Pop Gun. Throw missiles down, jump 1 person down, and that's all they've needed, at least now, to keep this getting out of hand. A great angle there from Fishy, and again, wait a minute, this push started with one of these. How's the... Wait.
Again, K-Cal got nerfed. Nine. I don't know you recognize
you're right.
that.
I forgot.
2 players down for the side of Kraken United as it looks like the Pirates have reestablished control of their ship here. But anytime you got Keto alive with bubbles, something crazy is going to happen. Wins a 1v4 fight somehow and staying alive. Oh, might get a splat right here, but no, does get map control. Keto doing a good job of staying alive and drawing a lot of attention, skirmishing for themselves. And Shiverme Feeders just didn't really have an answer for it, and they don't get control of mid just because of that.
Yeah, and that's big too. You're going to see now here the missiles are going to force them all the way back anyway, but if they'd respawned a little quicker, they might have been able to get down, and now they're pushed all the way back here. And I mean, man, the missiles, when your only real option, when mid is taken by your opponent and missiles come up, your only reliable option is to just rotate back, keep moving back, but then that just gives up this area of the map for free. More missiles coming in, and Twice doing the very best here to stay alive, and thankfully they did rotate somebody around to kind of break that down as the missiles were going through. So, I mean, a lot of carnage to navigate through there. Very skillfully done there by the members of Kraken United, and that's a big pick too. Now Keto's going to move up the bubbles. This is what we talked about, Popgun. This is the power position.
It is. They got the bubbles online and the tower coming up right behind them. They're waiting for the tower to come up to where the Pirates have to feed into it. One player gets taken down. That is Twice on the K-Gal. And, the Slosher player escapes and is in a good position to rain down fire across the tower. That might be enough to kind of stop this push right here, and it does. But still, the map in control of Kraken United at this point. One thing I want to point out, we're seeing a lot of Pirate players jumping back and avoiding death, which is a good thing. But another reason why you're seeing players constantly jump back is that usually is an indicator that they're out of position at a lot of key moments right here. But now you see them trying to establish control of mid. They probably won't give up too many more points right here because they're winning most of these fights, except when they pop missiles when somebody's shooting them in their back. But a lot of time is sneakily getting bled off the clock here. There's only 50 seconds left.
Only 50 seconds. That's a big pick onto Keto to kind of start that one off. Keep an eye on Keto at the top of the screen. Was at 62 out of 100 here. Now 36. It's going to be very difficult to get these on demand here. They have an armor, but look at this. All the other specials still need a little bit of paint to go. They've got the members up here ready to attack. These missiles are going to come in. Hey, Popgun, they got to hurry. They've only got about 10 points left here. They're throwing bombs at the tower. They're doing everything they can. This defense.
Okay. Go back. Wait. All that. I'm not sure. Did people hear us there? Okay. Well, we saw that, and I'm hoping the audience did as well, because somehow Kraken United held on to that. Nine, did you see exactly what happened there?
No. We broke up. I couldn't hear you either. I couldn't see it. So all I said was at the very end of the game, a miraculous defense to make the least offensive statement I could about what was surely a great game at the end.
Yeah, it was. All I saw was the final score of 1 point remaining, and we are back right now, and I'm pretty sure Kraken United won against that.
They did.
They were the green team.
Yes,
and I don't understand how.
I don't either. I don't either.
Because it looked like, at least from our perspective, the Pirates had the man advantage, and Kraken United was scrambling to build up their specials. I was keeping an eye on Keto because I want to know when those bubbles are coming out. Yeah, I knew they were really close to missiles. Maybe it had to have been the missiles that stalled it just long enough, but something happened right there, and somehow Kraken United is right back in this one, hanging on by the skin of their teeth, and it's the tower control at the reef. Man, teams love them some tower control this month. We have seen all four modes, but man, tower control is probably the most picked one that I've never seen tower control picked this much in low ink. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you have a couple people who you're confident are going to be missile botting all the way throughout, you can pretty reliably make use of it here, especially on a map where the defense is pretty clustered up. It's kind of like you pull it up instantly, you know you're going to get at least 2 people in the reticle, as it were. But I'll be really interested in seeing which of these teams kind of cracks first here, because the one thing that I noticed about that is both teams, when they kind of got a push started, they were given a lot of respect, right? They thought that after that first missile came down, they would back all the way up, maybe check back for a flank. And there at the end especially, I thought that the members of Shiverme Feeders had 2 people pushed up who could have really kind of attacked and prevented their opponents from building those specials. I know on a game-winning push, it's a very difficult choice to say, let's dive on them and break it open. But we have to see here, now that they've lost their first game in a hot minute, if they're able to kind of pull this back up.
They're opting to go with tower control yet again, which seems to be kind of a neutral mode between these two teams. Even going back to the last set that they played against each other. No surprises. Are we pretty much just going to see these same kind of things from here on out? That would be fine with me, but it's going to be a little bit of a missile heck going on here. Lampert opting to go with the double armor this time around with the tri-slosher, as opposed to one of the normal sloshers they've been using up to this point. And again, with a map like this, establishing controlled bridge is pretty key. Your K-Gal's going to do a good job of that.
Yeah, really interesting, I think. Kind of, oftentimes you'll see people move up in conjunction with the armor. That time it felt like they moved up and then the armor came, and by the time it had come down, it was maybe a little too late. Meanwhile, though, on the other side of the map here, that push got shut down very quickly and efficiently. I love this. Look at these bombs. Look at them moving forward so quickly, so efficiently. Fishy's got a lot of room here, and Lampet, of course, not even bothering to shark in the ink this time. Just wait here, armored up. That's actually going to give up the position here. Needs to be able to find a pick, and it's actually not for nothing that the bubbles are going to come out this far away from the tower.
And you know what? That's a good spot for the tri-sloshers to be, and they ultimately get a trade light there. But as long as they hold that alley down, the rest of the teammates know, okay, cool, everybody else is just in front of us, so there's no flanks that are going to be coming here. Can they get across this second checkpoint? That'd be very critical at this stage of the game, and it looks like Kraken United will hold on to it just now, as they're now trying to rain down control. They understand what spots they need to control in this map to start pushing up. And again, you kind of pointed out how in the beginning of the game they were going to the mid without the armor, and that's a play those players know. But obviously in this kind of circumstance, the pressure forces you to do things you might not normally do. The team that makes the least amount of mistakes here is going to win, and right now Kraken United, even though they don't have the lead, seems to be the team that's making the least mistakes.
Yeah, and as you say that right here, not doing a great job of calling out where Lampet's at. They gave up bridge very, very quickly there. Lampet was able to swim all the way around without a lot of pressure, and actually barely able to staying away and moving the tower forward here. Lampet's got to be careful. They know that they're over here. They might be able to rotate somebody back to attack. Here comes the rotation with the armor. Can Lampet clutch it out? No! The bubble's going to be enough. That's another one. They sent 2 people around to kind of pincer. Both of them get taken out. Now, if Kito's able to slow this down, this might be the lead.
It really should be, shouldn't it? Well,
yeah,
yes, it will be. But I don't think
much.
they're going to be able to get much more after that. Yeah, they got 1 player left alive, but still, yeah. Technically, you got a lead, but it's hard to get that tower to that second checkpoint, especially when Kraken United isn't getting wiped. They got wiped on that push right there, but now they're coming back. They're building up their specials. They're playing smart. They're not going in. They're not feeding into this. They know what they have to defend to hold on to this lead. It's how they won that last tower control game. But now you see a good position from the Pirates to start establishing control. Can they get lead right here? They should be able to. 1 more player going down, 1 more player left alive. Oh, if they had cleared that checkpoint, that would have been huge.
It would have been, and very clean push there. Wasn't even a ton of resistance. You see the strategy of knowing the opponent's going to be up on that upper left side there. That's where the defense is going to have to come. Let's just throw a few bombs at him. Let's just go ahead and throw some missiles back there. Keep them back. They got really from like 70 to 40 without anybody really shooting at the tower. And now look at this. It might happen again the other way. Mayu's going to try to move through here, but overextended just a little bit. It's just going to be Lampet diving the tower from the back side. They're going to be able to get to that checkpoint, but I think Lampet did just enough. That's 2, potentially even 3 that Lampet's going to get, saving the game. That's a delayed wipe, delayed quad.
Yeah, that's That's Lampet doing a little bit of a pop-off right there. And there's a little bit of emotion going on behind the scenes, I feel like, and Lampet's letting Kraken United know about it. So be it. Starting to push up now, holding on to that. Man, Kraken United really sold a lot into trying to get lead right there when it looked like they just couldn't. And they might be getting punished for that just now. As you see, there's a party going on the Kraken United side of the map. Oh, this is starting to get ugly.
Yeah, it is. Lambet's at the best position. Anyone who pokes out even a little bit is going to get punished here. When is Lambet going to pull the trigger here? Sees one over here. When are you going to jump out? When are you going to give away the position? Still being patient here, not doing it, understanding that the rest of the team's moving forward. That's another one. I believe Lambet did come out, and look at that. An exclamation point, saving the lead, and then leading the charge on the other side. Timely missiles and timely armor as well, but when you put it best pop gun, selling all out to get the lead, when you don't get it after all that, you know your special meter is extremely low. You know the opponent is going to be moving forward with map control. And once they got their arching weapon there from Lampet, who crazy game all throughout, but once it was in that position, the Tri-Slosher does what it's done since the very beginning of this game.
The swagger being put on display there by the Pirates. And they recognized, oh, wait, you're trying to get the lead right here with 2v4 situation, and we're going to wipe you. Oh, we can just go to your car, and we can just start ledge camping you immediately. I think Lampet was too busy doing a little dance, and then they recognized, oh, wait a minute, I can just go to their car for free. Ultimately got up there, and now if you're Shiverme Feeders, one game away from ending this tournament, and Splat Zone's Hotel is what is being put on is what is being counterpicked here by Kraken United. Makes sense. They beat them here earlier in the tournament. They used that double kind of anchor comp. I think it was VJet and Ballpoint that they busted out on this map. Probably is what they're thinking they can get away with again right here in this do or die game.
Taking a deep breath here. Well, okay, that's not ideal. Y'all at home can probably guess what just happened, but, theater of the mind here. There are 4 members of one team in the lobby and 3 members of another team in the lobby.
No, when it freezes like this, I bet somebody came in at like the same frame that we hit ready. So now the people at home have no idea, but I think we're going to see someone slide in the game automatically start. I've hosted enough private battles to recognize what specific jank means what in this game. But while we're waiting for that to... Oh wait, no, we're going to restart the lobby. So we're going to have a little bit of a break here to kind of recollect ourselves heading into this critical game 4. Again, Kraken United has to win this one to keep the set going a little bit farther. And what kind of sucks in their favor is that they have to win on the counter pick that the Pirates are going to bust out as well. But you can't think that far ahead. You got to think, what can we do to win this one game? And then we'll worry about the counter pick when we get there. And I feel like going with this game 1 on a map you've already beaten them on before, on a map that's going to force you, like a map like Hotel is one of those maps that forces a lot of players off of their mains and forces them onto their pocket. You think of a map like Splat Zones at Black Belly, it's kind of the same thing. It's like, okay, you have to kind of change something for most players just for that one map specifically. So if you're Kraken United and you've been practicing this one map, whereas the Pirates might not have, this could be your trump card to get you back into this set.
Yeah, if there's ever a trump card that you're holding, I mean, this is the time to use it. Certainly you wish that you could use it to secure a set victory rather than keep it in, but as you said, no point in thinking any further ahead. And, the nice thing is these teams have played quite a few games against each other today, so at the very least, they'll have a decent understanding of what the other team's searching for in their counter picks, how they adapt over the course of the game. But, I mean, when you play against a comp like we have seen Shiverme Feeders, it's just one of those slippery comps. We talked about it being speedy earlier, but there's something to be said for understanding that they're going to have some armor coming forward here. Any little bit of map could be where Lampet's hiding. And if there's armor that comes in midway through the fight, you're not beating an armored Tri-Slosher if there's any damage done. There's missiles. That if the fight extends too long, someone else is going to be rotating up to attack you. And it just does kind of get in your head. You feel a little bit hesitant to take fights, even when, you look at it again as you VOD review, you think, oh, nobody else was around. I totally could have taken that fight. But you just don't know in the heat of the moment. And, to your point of this map, if there's one thing you can do a pretty good job of, it's identifying where the attack is coming from. It's so wide, such visibility. I mean, this is just what the doctor ordered, at least on paper. Should note that before we, trump this up too much, and then it just kind of goes very painfully for one team or the other. But the momentum starting to swing in a really major way. That quad that Lampet got to stop that push. We talked earlier about Keto with the pop-off there, refusing to lose a game, and what that meant for the members of Kraken United. Well, it kind of just got done to you.
And I feel like this is a smart map to kind of minimize what Lampert does. It's not like you can't flank or shark on this map, but it's hard to do. You can't use Tri-Slosher here. There's no way. So maybe they might have to go with something like a K-Machine, something with maybe a little bit more range right here, but still, it just comes down to, they're going with a Rapid Blaster Pro. So there you go. That's a very good weapon here. You've seen Starburst use that weapon here before, but that was the mindset behind Kraken United. Let's at least force them off their mains and see what they can do with that.
And, well, there you go. That's what can happen here as Keto is rotated over to the weapon that we kind of talked about, and we talked about a ton over the course of this set, the ballpoint. But, the one nice thing about that weapon is it can really pressure the opponent and poke at them from long range. You still need follow-up on top of it, though. And as we saw right there, if you're just getting jumped on, not able to get some follow-up, it hurts. But then you see Lampet get a pick right over there, or at the very least an assist, and then you think, oh, never mind, this works after all. So... tale of two sets, as it were, but this is very good. This is going to rotate a lot of people back here, some solid control, and it actually just kind of gave up that spot. I'm a little surprised that Keto was able to walk up and get that pick.
You can take the Tri-Slosher away from the player, but you can't take the player out of the Tri-Slosher. Still trying to play it like the same weapon in the opening there. Now in a much better position. Abuse the range that your Rapid Blaster Pro has there. Keep Kraken United backed up, and the reason they're backed up is because there's a DC. So.
Yeah, that, suddenly it checks out.
And this will be a replay as we see a 360 missile player jump into the water right there. DC rules, I think it's like 2 minutes and like 30 points remaining, so well within both parameters. But if it happens again, it's going to count, at least for this set. But still, no weapon changes. Everybody knows what they're going to do there. And if you're the Pirates, you're probably thinking, let's not send our blaster player immediately to that right side area because they're going to be expecting it.
Well, the interesting thing about that too is it was Keto's ballpoint that had made that jump on that that side that you were talking about.
Got behind
there,
him. Yeah.
Which is, listen, this weapon can do pretty much whatever it wants, but that's still not something that you usually drop on the gameplay, and you'd say, yeah, let's just go ahead and paint the zone with it. Let's try to feel out what the opponent's trying to do. If someone overextends, call it out. I'll move up, put a little chip damage on them, and we can go from there. But we're just going to have it flank and bank on our opponent not knowing that it's coming. And, in fairness, it worked, but now the element of surprise might be gone.
Same weapons have to be played. The player immediately got back into the lobby. And again, if Kraken United DCs again, that's essentially your tournament right here. If we get to a bracket reset, they'll get their replay back because it's technically a new set. But that, if you're Kraken United and you have to win this one, that's just an extra set of pressure in the back of your mind that's not going to help you out at all. Squeak staying in here and no changes on either side. We're playing once more, and this time you see the blaster immediately going for mid, say nah, but the squeezer's going to try it.
Hey, on paper it works out, and Lampet doing, again, the exact same thing. Maybe playing a little bit of chicken here. Again, this is quite a fight to take here, and Lampet maneuvering around, got the wall out again. This is going to be an extended firefight. That's two people focused down here. That certainly is going to mean that the zone is going to go the other way, and now they're all together. Thankfully, the other members of the team were able to clean it up, and I think Keto's reposition may have had something to do with that, but anytime you have an extended 2v1 firefight, it usually doesn't bode well for you holding onto the zone, so credit the other members of the team.
We're going to have an interesting 1v1 right here with... Oh, no, the ballpoint's going to say, no, I'm just here to put a beacon just to annoy them to bounce back. But you saw the adjustments both teammates. That's kind of the awkwardness of a replay, is that you get to see everybody's cards and then you get to go again. But you saw the adjustments of both teams opening. And I like the play by Lampet, not the flank, but instead just kind of put pressure on the enemy side. But everybody else was able to kind of collapse there for Kraken United, who has control of the zone for now, and seems interested in getting some splats right there before they continue to pile on to this lead they got.
It seems like half of each team just decided to play on the other side of the map. Lampet got that pick at the end of a flank, and then in the meantime, Kito's firing, somebody else attacks, and yeah, you can't tunnel vision like that. You have to know the opponent's spawn is going to get there right as you start to move up. It's tempting, but that's a big pick. That's one of the biggest sources of their paint. They are going to lose a bit of control as a result of that, so... You know, it hasn't turned disastrous for them yet, but we've seen how this can snowball so quickly, and that could be a big start there. That's a double. And they hold zone.
It is a double. Rain coming out on the zone, but Lampert's in there putting a lot of pressure on this ballpoint. Booyah Bomb coming on the backside, trying to pincer some players, able to take care of the blaster is twice, and here comes in Squeak on the backside. They're able to hold on to the control of the zone. Nice play there by the K-Gal to keep this game going.
Yeah, very, very well timed. Understanding that, yeah, we said putting some good pressure on, but that was also a position where Lampet wasn't going to be able to move if there was any suppressing fire, and that's exactly what they did. You saw Lampet very wisely try to take a shot at Twice in that scenario, but it just didn't come in time. So a big, big push, and they're actually chipping off a ton of their penalty here, and actually might be able to run it all the way through. Lampet's going to get 2v1 in this situation. A clutch armor and a great wall, but that's just not the weapon to fight with in that spot.
One suction bomb to deal with the wall, and then the main weapon just to dodge all the directs on that thing. That's very hard to kill people at close range. But still, it looks like there's an opportunity for the Pirates to get back into this one. They got the man advantage. Lampert's back in. Two players going down. Lampert able to make sure that ballpoint does not escape, but Twice able to at least stall it out for a little bit, but the bubble's coming out. This is a weapon we haven't seen the Pirates use all day long, so they're completely changing their script right here for this map. But this Squeezer player's been doing very well, and ultimately getting taken down. One last thing I want to point out here is the stingrays that we've been seeing from Fishney. That's been effective as well. You see that a lot on this map, but they're not really combining the stingray with anything. They're just kind of firing it down the middle of the map whenever they get it instead of combining it with something, and that kind of loses a little bits of its effectiveness there.
Right, well, anytime you have to set up a big position to really maximize the effectiveness, kind of like you said there, you fire missiles from pretty much anywhere, you're going to get maximum effect. Choosing just to fire this from way away, because what else are you going to do? You got to get it out in time. But now how long is it going to take that custom jet squelcher to get up and help here? One is going to go down at the end of the bubbles, and that might be enough here. Twice, who has had a heck of a game, was almost able to take another one out. Instead, it is going to finally be a little bit of control. But it's a great point by you. It just doesn't seem to have had the same effect that the missiles did from the vanilla jet.
Kraken United is just winning these insane 1v2s that they have no business winning. And they're turning into trades, and it's keeping the Pirates back right here. They're never in full control, even when they have the zone. One more player going down in the middle of the zone, it instantly flips back into Kraken United's favor, and you got the ballpoint on this area. Back before ballpoint got nerfed, it was just unbeatable in that spot right there. The range going down, but again, another trade. Every trade is working out into the favor of Kraken United. Another Stingray getting fired that's already out. This one might not go the distance. It might become... Actually, no. This is going to end here, not with a KO, but I don't know if the Pirates have enough firepower to get back into this one. Firing some desperation bubbles. Yeah, they just... Smart counter pick. Ultimately, what that comes down to is you force the other team out of their comfort zone. They're just not going to beat them there with that comp, I'm convinced. They're just not comfortable enough with those weapons they brought.
No, and the way that they played around Quito was huge. And you see right there, 14 splats and assists there from Quito. But really the way that the team was able to play around the suppressing fire that weapon was able to provide, it did set up for a lot of those 1v1s. And, you know, Twice took on about, 4 or 5 different 1v2s and was able to get one and stall out the others. So I mean, like you said, great counter pick. It worked. And more than anything, they knew how to play around the weapon change. I see so many teams who go to a counter pick because it should work. But, you know, there's on paper and then there's a game to be played. You have to be able to really adapt and learn what the strengths of your counter pick are, play around them, even in just the fundamental sense. And so, I mean, again, we said it earlier, you would have loved for that to be your set clincher, but instead, you got the win you needed, and lo and behold, these two teams are going to give us another Game 5.
The good news for Kraken United is that the Pirates counter pick here is a little bit nerfed. They can't go to tower control. They can't go to splat zones. They're forced to do Rainmaker or Clam Blitz, and they're opting to go with Clam Blitz at Humpback Pump Track. I think we're going to see Quito come back out with that squeezer here. Obviously, bubbles in any kind of situation works out. I'm kind of surprised they didn't stick the squeezer right there, but if you're good on ballpoint on that map, we saw ballpoint be just as effective. But yeah, Clam Blitz, Humpback Pump Track, and if you're the Pirates, this isn't a must-win, obviously, but you don't want to give Kraken United any kind of momentum heading into a bracket reset. It's so hard for teams to mentally come back when you're this close to winning, and then all of a sudden, oh, we got to play another best of 5 all over again, versus the opponent who's like, yay, we get another best of 5. It's hard to come back from. You want to end this tournament right now, but you got Lampet back on the Tri-Slosher here, probably, if not another like Soda or Vanilla Slosher. So you got your players back on your personal comfort picks. So this is going to be a much closer game than what we saw last time. But Kraken United is you know, I feel like they can play just as fine here as they have anywhere else.
They certainly can, and I think if nothing else, we talked a lot about what this map means for Shiverme feeders. The Pirates, this map fits exactly what they want to do. We saw pickup look absolutely answerless for them on this, and it's, again, the speed, the ability to work through some of the small crevices of the map. You're armored. Once somebody gets in, it's a scramble situation, and keeping your composure in those situations is so very difficult when it's an armored Tri-Slosher running at you. So we'll see if that's what they opt to pick here, if they opt to stick with double armor, double missile. It worked so well, I have to think that's what they're going to go with, given that this is the counter pick they've now utilized twice.
Shiverme feeders trying to become low ink champions on this map right here. Kraken United trying to extend this tournament to another best of 5. No surprises. Lampert opting to go with the armor of the Tri-Slosher. So double missile, double armor yet again. And no real changes on the side of Kraken United either, which is the first team to able to establish control of mid. You know, the last time we saw the Pirates here, they were playing against a very passive team. Kraken United has no issues pushing up and being aggressive, especially when they got the man advantage right here, taking care of a Lampert player who I would assume they should expect where the flanks are coming from now.
Yeah, that was just like, well, you know, we've got to try it to at least make them respect it play. 2 people immediately started firing on Lampert. But, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Lampert goes for it again. It's one of those make the opponent prove that they can do something about it. And then if they do that enough times, then maybe we can work it. And look at that. They've actually worked somebody else over on that side to try to flank as well. Meanwhile, Lampet is going to be in a great position to slow it down, but that's all he's going to be able to do. That was a long shark to only get 1 pick. Thankfully, the flank has rotated over here. They're going to have to rotate back if they don't want this to get really ugly. Opts to move back and take the engagement. The K-Gal doing what it does so well, beating another shooter in a 1v1. And that's actually a huge pick, Popgun. They're going to be able to maintain control as a result.
Yeah, things kind of stalled out right here as the Pirates trying to just, it looks like they're just kind of backing up right now. But again, nobody's really established control of mid just yet until one player ultimately goes down. The range, why are we stopping? You gotta play! You gotta play! You can't stop! That's Kraken United's player. This game is gonna count, and they don't recognize that. They have to play this one out.
Yep, I think they recognized it.
Oh, this is gonna be your tournament.
No. They did recognize it, I think, just a little bit too late. You saw Quito stop, and then they're like, well, okay, never mind, we can't stop. So, I mean, what a victory this would be. Quito does get a pick here. They're not close to a ball yet. I mean, everything that we're going to say here in the next 3 minutes needs to be taken with a grain of salt. A 3v4, a very different game of Splatoon. We'll see here. You almost can't even build a ball. You can't let anyone be seen until it's right under the basket and you're scoring.
Yeah, it'd be one thing if Crack United had a huge lead right here. Then we could say, okay, they could find a way to hold on. But the game's tied at this point. You got to think there's no way. If Crack United finds a way to win this one, they'll win the whole tournament. There's no way the Pirates could mentally come back from that. But you see them finally get map control. They're always going to have man advantage right here, taking care of one player. This last player left alive. That's his wife. Man, this is unfortunate for both teams, honestly. Like, you don't want to win a tournament like this, but your best ability is availability. And at the end of the day, the Pirates are the team that's more available right here. 38 points remaining. If Crack United can somehow stop this push and get this game going a little bit longer, I don't think it's going to happen.
No, there's just so many clams available here. This is a map where you can run back to mid and pretty reliably assume there's going to be another pod. The more scores there, they've got enough to win it here. 3 more clams will do it. They're holding 6, but it looks like with 2 specials, they may have at least slowed it down. Only 2 more now, and they snuck around. There it is, everybody, and I mean, man, what a buzzkill. What a way for this to end. I can't glossy it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate, but at the end of the day, your low ink champions for the month of February 2022, by hook or by crook, is literally Feeders. And you know what? You don't want to win like that, but it's not like the Pirates weren't a deserving champion right there. They definitely earned it over the course of that entire set. Of this entire tournament. They did not lose all day long in any sets. They got put in a lot of Game 5 situations. They found ways to win. They're in Game 5 in the quarterfinals. They won. Game 5 in semifinals. They found a way to win. And technically, they found a way to win in this Game 5 as well. But again, they deserved it over the course of this tournament. It's not the finish you want to see, but it's very anticlimactic, but it's still a solid, defensible win for Shiverme Feeders.
Absolutely, and that's, I guess, kind of the one silver lining here, is it was the team that was waiting on winner's side. They had taken a set earlier from Kraken United. They were on their counter pick. It does leave a sour taste in your mouth, but absolutely. Let nobody take anything away from this victory. The Feeders look dominant all over this tournament here. They had a great set earlier with Kraken United. They really, really showed their stuff against Pickup. And, like you said, they dropped 1 set all weekend.
And it's funny, we do a little pre-show on Saturdays at the right before the tournament starts. We had one of the players, Corona, kind of come in and kind of talk about what the expectations for Shiverme Feeders was this tournament, and because they finished 3rd place last time, and they were, at least Corona from his perspective, was just like, yeah, we're just kind of coming in to have fun, just enjoying the experience. I was like, I don't know if the rest of your teammates might feel that same way. I think they might be coming in trying to win this whole tournament, and that's ultimately what they did. It's also funny because Corona said that, because we said this was a combination of 2 teams, that Shiverme Inklings was looking to come back next month. That's not going to happen now. These players are all banned. The Pirates are officially gone from low ink, and you should feel good about this. All these players have been playing in low ink for such a long time, especially those Shiverme Inkling players. They've been coming in for a long time here, and I'm just looking back over this chat just to make sure, because there's another player joining the lobby, so I don't know what's going on here. But regardless, it's been a long time coming for these Shiverme Inklings players, so they got to be feeling pretty good about that.
When your reward is getting banned from the tournament, only in low ink, it's lovely. Like, the ecosystem that's been built around this tournament and this whole, this tier of Splatoon, if you will, it's just so exciting, especially when you can have these storylines that get built up over time. And like you said, we'll be coming back next month. Actually, no, you won't. You've won here. You get all the accolades, all the glory, and we never want to see you in these parts again.
And you know what? This was Everybody DC'd at some point. I did, the stream did, they did. Your best ability is availability, and at the end of the day, the Pirates were just more available. That's going to wrap it up for us here at Low Ink at IPL 9. Hey, it wasn't the finish that we were kind of expecting, but still a lot of dramatic stuff there. Thank you for coming in and commentating this. I'm sure a lot of people in chat were appreciative to hear you kind of come down and commentate some low level stuff.
Oh yeah, I had a great time, and you know, low level, high level, mid level, on balance, off balance, doesn't matter. I love this game, and I was delighted and honored to be able to commentate a Low Ink. Hit me up anytime. I'd love to commentate more of this. Just some great games, some great players, and you can really pick out so many nuances that these players, as they're cutting their teeth, as they learn mid-set, they adapt, they pull out the big plays, and it's why we love the game. It's so fun, it's so enjoyable, and I wish that we'd had a different Game 5, of course, but we had so many great sets, and these two teams put on their best.
For it's not always the good reasons, but Low Ink always dominates. Splatoon
You did
Twitter.
promise. You did promise me some craziness here at the end. Like, can I say scripted? Will I get in trouble if I say scripted here? Collusion?
Oh no,
you all plan this?
Oh no, it's an open secret that we kind of marked as. We're setting people up this month to be let down because you wait till you see how the season ends next month. It's unbelievable. Hey, we're gonna wrap it up here at IPL 9. Where can people find you? Go ahead and plug yourself.
Yeah. So you can go ahead and find me on Twitter and on Twitch at 9wholegrains. The nice thing about having a weird name is nobody else took it from me. I do stream Splatoon every now and again, stream a lot of Ocarina of Time randomizers. And of course, I commentate a number of events, so just kind of keep your eye out. I am very bad at self-promotion, but generally I try to retweet a tournament if it's happening. And of course, on Twitter, if you want to see my takes on competitive play in all regards, rock climbing, and the occasional I'm hungry tweets, you certainly know you can find it there.
And you can find me tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern Time for another episode of the Popcast, where I'm going to recap what all we just saw today. I'll be honest, I don't look at chat anymore when I commentate. I stopped doing that last month, and I don't know what you idiots are saying right now, but I would assume there's a lot of discussion over what you guys just saw. So we'll talk all about that tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern Time, on my Twitch channel, Popgun25. And that's going to do it for all of us here at IPL, the head TOs for this tournament. JPEG, Hoenn Hero, myself, our producer, Ink Fair. I almost called you Kraken Mayor again. My bad. And all of us, the lovely and talented staff that we got here. We thank you guys for playing. And hey, if you're not satisfied with how this tournament ended, play again next month, and we'll try to do a little bit better next time. Congratulations once again to Shiverme Feeders, and we will see you guys all back next month for another edition of Low Ink on IPL.